Chapter 1. My uncle is Kizaru. White shirt and light gray cloak. Under the shadow of the hood, there are a pair of dark eyes hiding countless melancholy, as if they have lost hope for the world. The young man in the mirror looks about 20 years old, with a standard figure and a height of 1.8 meters. Through the tight shirt, it is not difficult to see his capable muscles. However, for some reason, he always looked weak. Looking at himself in the mirror, a trace of indescribable feeling flashed in Kyle's eyes. He is a time traveler. A week ago, he was playing a pirated mobile game and suddenly fell into a coma for no reason. When he opened his eyes again, his consciousness and soul had already descended into this brand new body. Although I have read a lot of online articles, I am also tired of the 996 policy in my previous life. But just let me travel through time, isn't it too hasty? Kyle muttered to himself in the mirror. Although Kyle is a senior online reader, this unreasonable and direct way of traveling still caught him off guard. Fortunately, after traveling through time, he immediately inherited the soul memory of his original body, which did not make him too panicked because of traveling through time. After sorting out the original consciousness, he immediately realized. This time travel of my own is not easy. Because the world he traveled through time was actually his favorite anime, the world of One Piece. And his current identity with this body is actually the nephew of the Navy General Kizaru, one of the strongest combat powers in the pirate world. Everyone says Kizaru is the best uncle in the world. Unexpectedly, this time he had the opportunity to experience Kizaru's uncle's love in person. He was just a fool in his previous life, and he transformed himself into a second-generation senior army. The place where we live is naturally the Navy headquarters where many senior naval families are located, Marinfando. A naval base camp that is known as the safest in the world but is completely destroyed by Whitebeard in the near future. At this time, Kyle was in his room, trying hard to express his melancholy breath in front of the mirror. It was not until his beautiful face showed a pair of eyes without any anger that he no longer nodded calmly and said indifferently. Well, the original body's temperament was almost like this. Stay it. Nothing will happen in a while. According to the last prompt in the secret order, Kyle reached out and placed the letter sent by the Navy soldier above the flame of the oil lamp next to him. The slow flames encountered flammable paper and immediately attacked. It was not until the secret order was burned to the point where only one corner was left that Kyle let go and threw the remaining wreckage on the ground, allowing it to slowly destroy it. Looking at the gradually weakening flame, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart and complain. Sister. I won't summon you sooner or later, but I just waited until I came over to summon me. I felt like I was targeted. Finally tidying up his collar in front of the mirror, he walked out of the house. The seal that Kyle burned just now did not come from someone else, but his uncle, Admiral Kizaru, who is now in this body. Although he is the nephew of the Navy General, Kyle is not a Navy. As for the reason, in Usopp's words, it's Kyle, suffering from the terminal disease that will die when you are a Navy. Once upon a time, Kyle was also a middle school boy who yearned for his uncle and wanted to carry the handsome word, justice, on his shoulders. For this reason, he even entered Zepha's elite naval training class with his own talent and hard work, and was even rated as a rare genius by Zepha. Although he cannot compare with the three Navy generals of the same age, he is at least not inferior to Smog. Many people have high hopes for him, believing that Kyle can become the pillar of the Navy's future like his uncle. Kyle, who was only 12 years old at that time, also thought so. However, an accident completely destroyed the world of this genius boy. 7 years ago, 13-year-old Kyle took advantage of his vacation and took a civilian merchant ship from Marinfando with his parents, who are also a Navy, to visit the Shambodian Islands. As the closest island to the Navy headquarters, the route from Marinfando to the Shampoo Islands should be the safest route among the great routes. But fate is fate that makes people mess with people. A group of people came out of nowhere. The pirates suddenly stopped the merchant ship that Kyle and the others were riding and burned and plundered it inhumanely. The captain of that pirate group has the strength of a billion-level pirate. It's just that the Navy colonel and Majors Kyle's parents are not their opponents at all, let alone protecting a ship of ordinary people. Under the attack of the pirates, Kyle's parents both died in front of Kyle. Although not long after, Kizaru, who received the news, rushed over from the Navy headquarters and wiped out all the pirates in the sea area, protecting Kyle. But the dead people have no chance of survival. Kyle, who saw his parents being killed by pirates, suffered from some distorted psychological illnesses. In his young heart, Kyle always believed that his parents were killed by pirates because they were Navy and had to protect those ordinary people. Kyle, who grew up with a golden spoon in her mouth, was too smooth on the road to growth, which made her heart even worse than that of some ordinary children. Since then, Kyle's subconscious began to resist becoming a Navy. Even because he did not participate in basic training many times, Zephyr, who was disappointed, was kicked out of the elite naval training class. Another year later, the internship ship led by Zephyr was attacked by pirates. In the entire elite naval training class, except for Zephyr, only 2 students survived. The young Kyle, who learned about this news, even more recognized his subconscious thoughts. People will die if they become Navy. Close black lens bracket. This idea, which had no reason or basis, was deeply rooted in Kyle's mind. At this point, like the families of other officers, he became an ordinary member of Marinfando. Such a life will last for 7 years. Until a week ago, his body was occupied by souls coming from afar from another world. Stepping on the road of marble, Kyle observed the surrounding environment while maintaining his own character. Because his predecessor had given up on the idea of becoming a Navy, and so long has passed, he actually didn't know how to go to Kizaru's office. Fortunately, when he first left the house, he met a naval officer who had been waiting for him for a long time. Bring the hat that the Navy handed over to cover the face and body. Kyle, who turned into a mysterious man, followed him and walked towards the office building of the Navy headquarters from a path where few people were there. After that, Kizaru's second uncle asked me to find him, and it made it mysterious. What's wrong? According to the original memory, Kyle's mother once told him that she and Kizaru had an older brother who was killed by pirates when they were young. So Kizaru is the second child at home, and Kyle wants to call him the second uncle. Following the leading Navy, Kyle's eyes kept turning under the hat, and he figured out the intentions of his second uncle in memory. Although the original body Kyle never told others about his illness, after so many years, Kizaru could have guessed some clues. So on weekdays, Kizaru usually visits Kyle at Kyle's home or his house. This is the first time in 7 years that Kizaru asked Kyle to go to the Navy headquarters to find him. I have to say that Kizaru's sudden secret order directly disrupted Kyle's plan. Because he originally planned to find an opportunity to leave Marinfando today and activate the golden finger that had traveled with him. As a time traveler, Kyle is also very lucky and deserves to have a golden finger in his companionship, in addition to being the second generation of the army. And this golden finger is nothing else, it is the pirated mobile game he played before traveling through time. It seems that the matter of activating the system can only be delayed. Kyle sighed in his heart, and then his consciousness moved. In front of him, an interface that was not very gorgeous immediately appeared. Like all third-rate mobile games, this is a skin-changing game that has not been authorized for authenticity. The game mainly uses the world of pirates as the background. As a captain who has just formed a pirate group, the player draws the capsule from the summoning system and obtains crew and props. What's attractive is, it seems that because of the idea that, I haven't obtained the genuine authorization anyway, the studio that made this game made a fuss and gave up, adding a large number of characters and props from other animes to the glitter prize pool. Although this has led to a mess of the game data balance system, it still attracts many players with its exquisite portraits that are unstoppable. Kyle was previously attracted by the female character portraits of this game. The constantly shaking jade rabbit, smooth and delicate legs, and attractive and sweet face made him fall in love with this game. He always opens his browser for no reason while playing. If he could really use this gold finger, Kyle believed that his future would be bright. This time, the holy light will no longer be able to block his sight. Hey hey hey. Whenever I think of this, Kyle always laughs honestly. However, in the face of all the beautiful things, there are always some small episodes. For example, at this time Kyle's gold finger was stuck in an unexpected on the interface. The era of the great pirates is coming. Please create your own pirate group and gallop on the magnificent sea. Close black lens bracket. Please enter the name of the pirate group. After opening the system, a pop-up window with gold edges appeared in the center of Kyle's sight. And behind the pop-up window is the game interface with a dim filter. Of course, Kyle, who has played this game, knows that this is actually the interface to enter the game to create character names. But after he traveled over, he had entered the name of the pirate group countless times, and even made a pirate flag at home, but he still failed to successfully activate the system interface. Obviously, this self-deception method cannot be recognized by the system. Kyle speculated that this pirate group might not just go through the motions, but wanted him to create a pirate group sincerely. He had decided that after dealing with Kizaru's summons, he would find an opportunity to run out of Marinfando to see if he could find a remote place and create a pirate group. But everything has to be done quietly. If his second uncle knew about being a pirate, he would probably be able to run directly to him at the speed of light and then carry himself back to Marinfanduo and educate him hard. The most terrifying thing is, this speed of light is not an exaggerated rhetoric technique. So Kyle planned to activate the system and go back to Marinfandagu's development directly. If you don't reach the level of the sword god in Shilipo, you will never leave the level. Anyway, when the war is over, these civilians will be evacuated to safe areas and there will be no danger. I am afraid that this system will change and force me to go out to sea. Oh, the identity of this second-generation military is sometimes a burden. If Kizaru knew how to be a pirate now, I wonder if it would break my legs. Although the identity of the second-generation military generation can make me born in a safe area, it seriously affects my early development time. Under the hat, Kyle maintained the image of a gloomy handsome guy in his predecessor as always, but in his heart he began to imagine his image of Tsunade on the left and his right hand galloping across the sea. Behind him are a group of anime beauties with different styles. Big is good. Many means beauty. This is the eternal truth. Chapter 2 Second Uncle. You are really my second uncle. What? Let me be a pirate. Marinfando, Navy Head Office Building. In an inconspicuous conference room, Kyle looked at his second uncle in front of him in shock and the Marshal of the Warring States period who was recommended by his second uncle. How did they know they were going to be a pirate? Could it be that this Navy headquarters, any other person who can eavesdrop on people's hearts, has been monitoring themselves? Kyle's heart was pounding. Although he knew that this was unlikely, all this was too sudden, so he didn't know what to say. He could only use the fluctuations of his eyes when he was thinking about it to cover up the secret joy in his heart. Facing Kyle's 3-point surprise, 3-point confusion, and 1-point shock, the Warring States and Kizaru did not find it strange. Or, this is exactly what they expected Kyle to have a reaction. Warring States period, who had first met Kyle, nodded in confirmation, tapped the table with a finger, and looked directly at Kyle with the unpredictable gaze. To be precise, he is a pirate intelligence worker. I know, this may be a bit sudden for you. But now the sea situation is complicated, and the underground world is hiding countless crises. In order to protect more people, our Navy must also take action. And intelligence is often the foundation of all actions. So we need someone to be in the dark and provide the most efficient and detailed underground intelligence to the Navy. As he spoke, a trace of undetectable sadness flashed in the Warring States' eyes. Perhaps it was because he remembered his adopted son Rosinandi, who died in the intelligence work. But soon, he covered up the sad look and looked at Kyle with expectant eyes. And Kyle also asked questions at the right time. I understand all the truth, but why is it me? You know, I'm not a Navy, and after leaving the training camp, I haven't practiced for many years. This is not the key to the problem, Kyle. The Warring States period took the initiative to interrupt Kyle and said, I heard Zepha mention you. I think it's not too difficult to gain strength with your talent. And, the Navy headquarters will also provide support for you. As he spoke, the Warring States period suddenly took out a notebook that looked a little old. He continued. This is a training plan tailored for you by instructor Zepha 7 years ago. Although it may not be 100% in line with your current situation, it definitely has high reference value. At the same time, there is also a complete set of Navy 6 styles and domineering training plans. I believe that after staying in the elite training camp for a while, you should be no stranger to the Navy's 6th style and dominance. Kyle nodded in a daze. If it weren't for reason that he had to maintain his original personality, he really wanted to grab the notebook in the Warring States period. Sister. As soon as you start, you will give Navy's 6th style and domineering advanced skills. And it is a book version that can be used as a general public. This is too tempting. Certainly. This notebook only answers one of Kyle's questions. Putting the notebook on the desktop, the Warring States period continued. Spy work is not an easy thing. Over the years, the Navy has also sent out a lot of intelligence workers. But unfortunately, it is only a few who can complete the task smoothly. Those failed children either died in the cruelty of the sea or died in the struggle between pirates. What's more, they died at the hands of their own people. Of course, this is not the most terrifying. The Warring States period's eyes suddenly became sharp, and their hands crossed and stood on the table. The most terrifying thing is, some spies, either coerced or tempted, chose to join the enemy camp and disclose wrong information to the Navy, which led to the Navy making wrong judgments and causing immeasurable consequences. So after learning enough lessons, the Navy became extremely cautious about the choice of intelligence staff. But this also leads to serious shortage of manpower in intelligence work. Fortunately, General Kizaru recommended you to me. Speaking of this, the Warring States period suddenly paused, raised its head, and looked straight at Kyle. Kyle remained silent. I understand. That is to say, I have no family, no weaknesses, and it is not easy to be controlled. And your life experience is innocent, you will pass the political review. But Kizaru's recommendation. Kyle suddenly fell into deep thought. Combining what the Warring States period said and the memory of the original body before, he probably understood what was going on. In my memory, it should have happened 2 years ago. When he just turned 18 years old. Kizaru, who has always liked to drink tea, took 2 pots of wine and some food to Kyle's house to give him a comedy gift. That day, Kyle, who was drunk for the first time, seemed to have expressed a lot of thoughts to his only relative. The original body. He hates the pirates. Seeing his parents die under the swords and guns of the pirates with his own eyes, his hatred for the pirates can be said to be endless. But at the same time, the mental trauma made him unable to become a Navy at all. Such complex emotions have led to Kyle living in serious self-negation. To put it more fashionable, it is internal energy consumption. I told you why Kizaru has been letting me exercise since 2 years ago. Does he want his original body to complete self-salvation through this alternative way? If you can't be a Navy, just be a pirate of the Navy. Let your nephew calm the trauma of his soul through extremely dangerous espionage. Second uncle, you are really my second uncle. This is a solution that normal people can think of. However, considering that this is the pirate world, even if it is a bit abnormal, it seems normal, right? Moreover, according to the plot of normal anime, Kyle, who should have already understood everything at this time, seems not only not to blame Kizaru, but also. Second uncle, I thank you. Kyle suddenly turned around and bowed deeply to the direction of Kizaru. This is the first time he has felt the difference between an anime character and a normal person. Faced with Kyle's, thank you, Kizaru didn't say much, but a gratified smile slowly appeared on his wrinkled old face. 2 tears lingered in his eyes. His nephew, Kyle, finally grew up. Kizaru raised his teacup and blocked his complicated eyes with rising steam. On the other side. After thanking him, Kyle stood up again and turned his gaze to the Warring States period. The gloom in his eyes slowly faded away, and a faint light emitted. So what do you need me to do? Kyle pretended to clench his fists secretly, showing a slightly interested look. In fact, aside from Kizaru's outrageous operation, he was indeed very interested in this matter. Under the orders of the Navy, do pirates. You can not only gallop on the sea freely, but you will not be really liquidated and you can even get the support of the Navy. Is there any more free career in this world? Spy King, he is determined. Seeing Kyle reacting like this, a bright white light immediately reflected from the black frame of the Warring States period. He smiled and said slowly. Considering your current strength, the Navy has no rigid requirements for your early work. But there is one thing that allows you to practice your skills first. The Warring States period took out a document again and introduced. In recent times, a group selling weapons of mass destruction has appeared in the underground world of the East China Sea. That's a very powerful shell. Some unknown small pirate groups can even easily penetrate naval warships on the sea when they possess that kind of shell. If you have the chance, I hope you can find out the organization that sells shells. This can be considered your first mission. Are you willing to accept it? A letter of consent was pushed to Kyle by the Warring States period. Once Kyle signs his name on it, it means the household registration and the identity of heroic children will be cancelled in Marinfando, and you will no longer be able to enjoy the large monthly subsidies issued by Marinfando. At the same time, it also means that he will use his life to protect the justice of the Navy in another way. Looking at the letter of intention in front of him, Kyle fell into deep thought. East China Sea. A powerful shell. Could this be said to be a Bucky bullet? It is now 1520, and Luffy has a year left before he goes out to sea. The real Bucky bullet should have been completed not long ago when Luffy went out to sea. In other words, the organization mentioned in the Warring States period is likely to be the Clown Bucky pirates who sell failed products and accumulate scientific research funds. This job is acceptable. Thoughts flashed by. Kyle did not stop his behavior of maintaining his personality just because of thinking. After seeing the letter of intention, his silent eyes suddenly shone. Immediately afterwards, his arms began to tremble faintly, as if he was fighting against something. His forehead was filled with sweat. In the end, as if he had made some major decision, Kyle suddenly breathed heavily and then raised his head. A firm flashed through the dim pupils. He clenched his fists, as if he had used all his strength and said, "I'm willing to accept this mission." After he finished speaking, he immediately picked up the pen on the table and signed his name on the letter of intention. In that moment, his momentum suddenly changed. In the past, he was like a fallen man who fell into a deep well. He neither struggled nor gave up, and let time completely submerge himself. And now, he seemed to see a rope hanging from the wellhead. And he would also reach out and try hard to seize the hope of getting out of the predicament. It can only be said that Kyle did not enter the entertainment industry in his previous life, which was a loss to the entire entertainment industry. When Kizaru saw Kyle performing like this, his turbid eyes became even more wet. Although he would go see Kyle if he had something to do, he knew that Kyle had never revealed his true self to him. Seeing that his nephew was able to regain his life, his inner depression was finally vented. "Kyle," Kizaru murmured softly. "Don't look at him always being careless." But for his nephew, he could not show that relaxed expression no matter what. If he could have arrived at the battlefield earlier that day, perhaps his sister and brother-in-law would not have to sacrifice. And Kyle won't become like this because of losing his parents. Unfortunately, nothing is wrong. "Kyle." After seeing Kyle signing, the silent Kizaru suddenly spoke. Kyle looked in his direction. Through the brown lenses, he saw a pair of eyes with complicated expressions. 3 points of self-blame, 3 points of expectation, 3 points of worry, 1 point of relief. He is also an old fan diagram player. "Second uncle." Kyle spoke, muttering the title. He was both strange and familiar. "I will work hard." "Well, I believe in you." There is no need to say much about the relationship between men. Just a title and a look are enough to represent everything. Although seeing Kizaru, which was completely different from the one I remember, Kyle felt a little new. But with the memory of the original body, he still perfectly showed his demeanor at this time. Fortunately, I have the blessing of the original body's memory, otherwise I really don't know what attitude I should respond to these two old fried dough sticks. Kyle was secretly grateful in his heart. 3 days later, a merchant ship heading to the East China Sea sailed from Marinfando to the port. The waves of each section beating the ship like piano keys, making rhythmic sounds. In the merchant ship's guest room, Kyle widened his eyes, his hands hung in the air, and looked excitedly at the green fruit with strange patterns on the table, and his throat choked involuntarily. Good. I didn't expect that on the 10th day of time travel, I could actually see the legendary devil fruit. And it's the Superman-type storm fruit with extraordinary value. I am worthy of being my second uncle. The devil fruit in front of him was secretly stuffed into his package when Kyle was about to leave. Superman system, storm fruit. It can allow the eaters to have the terrifying ability to control the airflow and create huge storms. It can be said to be one of the top abilities in the Superman system. Now, this valuable devil fruit appeared in front of an unknown man. I have to say that there must be someone in the court who is easy to do. According to the general situation, this fruit is absolutely impossible to appear in front of you. After sighing, Kyle continued to check his other, startup funds. As for this devil fruit, he had not yet decided whether to eat it. After all, besides his second uncle, he has another golden finger. Kyle plans to decide whether to become a capable person after the system can be turned on according to the situation. After all, eating the devil fruit is equivalent to giving up another weakness based on nothing. It still needs to be carefully considered. Chapter 3 System, I'm here. In addition to the precious devil fruit, the Navier Kizaru also approved 5,000 W. Bailey for Celtic, the startup capital, a Halo stone short gun from the latest style from the Navy's Scientific Research Unit, and a good quick knife called Hanschwang. I have to say, although Kyle's current strength is probably only at the level of tens of millions of pirates, with these excellent equipment and the ability of the devil fruit, it is enough to allow him to dominate the world in the East China Sea. Only Kyle, the nephew, can enjoy this treatment of going out. Kyle did not waste these 3 days. He learned about the regional map of the East China Sea in detail through the powerful naval intelligence agencies. Not only did he find the kingdom of Goya, the hometown of the naval hero Kapu, but he also found the islands and specific locations where Frostmoon Village, Coco West Village, and Silapu Village are located. It's a pity that Zoro had already left Shuangyu Village at this time, and he was fascinated by the way in which corner of the East China Sea. If he could pull him, the freak, onto his own ship, Kyle's path to spy would definitely be much easier. In the plot, he appeared in Sheld's town a year later. But now with the butterfly Kyle, no one can predict what will happen in the future. Even Kyle himself, so. Because he still doesn't know what his system is. The gift packages given by locals are so generous. I hope my companion system can give you some strength. Looking at the still unchanging system interface in front of him, Kyle muttered in a low voice. Merchant ships from Marinfando have horsepower far exceeding ordinary civilian merchant ships. The huge hull was like a sharp sword, piercing through the waves of the sea and moving towards the red clay continent. Kyle, who has purchased a ticket to the destination, will get off the boat at a port with a lift under the red clay continent, then climb onto the red clay continent through the lift, take a vehicle across the red clay continent, and directly arrive at the port on the East China Sea. Then transfer. Because it is a civilian facility, it takes at least 3 whole days to complete a process. Fortunately, this is not boring for Kyle. It is enough to open his eyes to see the red clay continent walls and elevators that only appear in the settings in the anime. Sure enough, the impact brought by the real world is far from what pictures can give. Kyle's eyes flashed with curious light. After leaving the Navy headquarters, his nature began to gradually emerge. What kind of melancholy and sadness disappears completely? If it weren't for the fact that the people who were traveling with him looked nervous and worried about meeting the passing Tianlong people, he would even want the driver to park and find a place to write a trip here or something. But no matter how magnificent the beautiful scenery is, you will be tired of seeing it all day. This day of wandering on the sea has been floating for more than 20 days. After nearly a month-long journey, Kyle finally arrived at the destination of his trip, Yaxi Island, East China Sea. On this island, there is a large shipyard. It is said that more than 70% of the 50 huge warships of the East China Sea Admiral Crick come from here. Long before departure, Kyle had already ordered a ship here using the hidden thread left by the Navy in the East China Sea. Because it was the Navy's account, Kyle didn't know how much the ship cost in total. Now more than 20 days have passed since the order was placed, and this ship should have just been completed. At the port of Yaxi Island. With his reputation, Kyle soon saw his own ship under the guidance of the staff. This is a medium-sized sailboat that is larger than the Mary in the anime. 2 decorative cannons were installed above the deck of the ship. After all, you know the shells in the pirate world. Who doesn't have a move to fight shells if you stay in the sea for a long time? But, under the demonstration of the staff, Kyle, who personally experienced the feeling of firing a fire, still exclaimed, "Damn it, awesome." After admiring his own boat, Kyle couldn't wait to ask the staff to take the boat out of the cabin. Although he was a little busy, he successfully brought the ship to the sea with his physical fitness that was far beyond ordinary people and the instructions on the ship. After a brief exploration, Kyle directly locked the room on the highest floor on the deck and set it as his captain's room. Then he sat directly on the ground and began to rub his hands excitedly. The next one is an exciting moment. "System Dad, I've caught fish for so many days. Is it time to close the net today?" He first pulled out the pirate flag that had been prepared long ago from his backpack. Above the pitch-black canvas, a skull pattern with dull eyes and as silent as dead as ash fluttering in the wind. This is the pirate flag drawn by Kyle based on his predecessor, and it has been registered in the Warring States period. As well as the name of the pirates. Yes. Long before leaving Marinfando, Kyle had already thought of the name of his pirate group. The Pirates at Dusk. A name that sounds quite ordinary, but it still tastes a little bit after careful consideration. In fact, what is the name of the pirates? It is not an important thing for Kyle, who has been named in the system for 7 days. But after knowing that he was about to become a spy, he suddenly thought of a movie called Spy Player, that he had watched before traveling through time. Anime. So he borrowed the code name of the strongest spy in the male lead in this movie, Twilight, to use it as the name of his pirate group. I hope this name can bring him some luck. Nowadays, the name of the pirate group, the pirate flag, and the pirate ship have all gathered. Everything is ready, only the east wind is not needed. After hanging the pirate flag on the mast, before Kyle even waited for operation, a prompt window suddenly popped up in the system in his mind. It was detected that the host had created his own pirate group. Is it bound to the downhill pirate group? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket confirm close black lens bracket or open black lens bracket reject close black lens bracket. Huh, is that smart? Kyle, who was pulling the rope, was suddenly stunned, and then a surprise smile appeared on his face. He quickly pressed the OK button while controlling his mind. In an instant, the naming interface that had troubled him for a long time finally turned into gray fog and disappeared to both sides. A brand new game interface suddenly appeared in Kyle's mind. Hear you. Seeing the familiar and unfamiliar scene appearing in his mind, Kyle's heart instantly thumped. He pressed down on the throbbing in his heart, carefully observed the system interface, and saw if this thing became different after traveling through time. If you should say it or not. Compared with that third-rate mobile game, the system in my mind is undoubtedly much simpler. At least the interfaces and options that pop up to deceive you into Krypton Gold have disappeared. But in fact, this is not good news for Kyle. After all, you can get an S-level outline detective who can get a S-level outfit that can be used to get a lantern for 6 yuan. Such a good thing is really impossible to find with a lantern. It seems that after traveling through time, the functions of the game have also changed a lot. Kyle thought and sighed. He had an inexplicable premonition. The changes in the system may be more than just canceling the pop-up window of cheating Krypton. In this interface, there are 5 basic options, Captain, Backpack, Partner, Partner, Door, and Gallop. Kyle first clicked on the option Captain in order. A brand new pop-up window immediately popped up. On the left side of the picture is a three-dimensional image of Kyle, which is exactly the same as his shape at this moment. Kyle waved his hand, and Kyle, in the picture immediately made the same move. And this three-dimensional image can also be rotated 360 degrees without dead angles through thoughts. Well, not bad. You don't have to buy mirrors anymore. I like this function. After looking at his three-dimensional image novelly, Kyle turned his gaze to the right side of the screen again. Here, there is a row of information columns about Captain Kyle. Open black lens bracket Captain Kyle close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level 0 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience value 0/10 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total combat power 0 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skill none close black lens bracket. It's really a novice panel, but looking at his attribute panel, Kyle frowned in confusion. Even if I only have the strength of a mixed fish at the moment, I am still a mixed fish on the Great Route, and my combat power should not be 0. There is also this skill bar. Why don't I remember the captain has the skill in the game? As if he noticed Kyle's inner doubts, the information bar on the panel suddenly flashed, and then several bullet windows popped out one after another to explain Kyle's doubts. Experience value. For every 100 W Bailey is spent in the system, the captain can obtain 1 experience value. Close black lens bracket. Total combat power. Captain combat power equals total crew combat power times captain level times 10%. Skill. Each time the captain upgrades to a level, he will randomly draw a skill from a character in the total card pool. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 4 A new storm has appeared. Damn it. Awesome. Kyle, who was not very educated, once again gave the most primitive amazement. Obviously, his game system has been changed beyond recognition due to time travel. He has never seen any game mechanics that can be upgraded by consuming Bailey. But in general, everything is a good start. At least it means that his system has normal functions. This also made Kyle even more expectant about his system. Can you increase your combat effectiveness by constantly recruiting crew members? Since the interface of Captain has been changed to this way, are there any changes in other interfaces? Turning off the Captain interface, Kyle pressed the Backpack option with his mind again. Unfortunately, there is no novice gift package he expects in the backpack, only an unlimited package that can carry system props. The backpack hasn't changed much. Kyle, who was slightly disappointed, continued to explore. He turned on the Partner option. What caught my eye was a blank space. Even the only cultivation button is now gray-black. This is normal, after all, he still has no partner. According to the normal game process, he has just logged into the game now, and even the tutorial for beginners has not been completed. Leaving the Partner window, Kyle opened the 4th dock panel in order. This time, something different finally appeared. A brand new pop-up window popped up. Open black lens bracket please select choose the ship to bind. Below the text is a sailboat sailing on the vast sea. On the mast of the sailboat, the pirate flag that Kyle had just raised was still flying. There is no doubt. This is exactly the ship Kyle is currently on. He clicked on the sailing model with his mind, and then another new window suddenly popped out. Please enter the name of the pirate ship. No, right, you actually want to name it again. For some reason, it may be that he was tortured by the previous interface, but now Kyle will have a headache when he sees such an interface. And more importantly, he is a nameless person himself. When playing games, he always uses the system to give him random names. I think about it. He rubbed the stubble that had just been shaved in the morning, but grew a little more, and thought. If the dock function does not mutate and is the same as the game mechanism, then after he turns on the dock function, a ship elf should automatically be born on his ship. Although this ship elf plays a role in guiding players in the game, who knows what it will become in the real world. So he must be careful with this name. However, for a nameless person, no matter how careful he is, it is just a waste of time. At first, what Kyle thought of was a famous ship girl in her previous life. Because of the love of the crew, the pirate ship transforms into a ship girl to repay her kindness, and such a story must sound more enduring than the ship elf. Unfortunately, the portraits of those ship girls are so kawaii that they don't fit Kyle's aesthetic at all. So now he can't even call the name of a ship girl. After thinking for 5 minutes, he finally gave up the idea of launching a girl's name for the pirate ship. A real man should ride the wind and waves and do what men should do. Women will only affect the speed of my naming. After finding a reason for himself, Kyle chose to give up the names of those girls. In his impression, both Roger's ship and White-Bearded ship seem to have a tough guy name. He can follow his example. A tough guy's name. Kyle continued to search his memories. But soon, some strange names began to burst out from his memory. What kind of Tosuro, Wanma Yuhiro, Sora Yoshinobu Yotaro? When Kyle thought of having sex with such a guy in the future, he couldn't help but tighten his back. Well, although a tough guy is good, he can't be greedy. Precaution, think a slightly more normal name. Kyle subconsciously began to look at his ship. When his eyes focused on the captain's room he had just set up, he immediately remembered that in his package, there was still a precious devil fruit that had not been eaten yet. Speaking of this, sailing on the sea or something, the power of the storm fruit seems to be quite important. It not only controls the direction of the ship, but also fights disasters from nature. My second uncle is really taking care of myself in detail. Otherwise, just call the pirate ship Storm or Storm. Although it's a bit vulgar, it sounds pretty good. Hey, wait. A sudden light of inspiration flashed through Kyle's head. This is a kind of muscle memory. After thinking about the word storm, a passionate and generous lyric suddenly popped up in his mind. A new storm has appeared, how can it stagnate? Close black lens bracket. Traveling time and space. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, try your best. Close black lens bracket. I will come to you. Close black lens bracket. By the way, I remember that there seems to be an Ultraman deck in the card pool. I might be able to really get an Ultraman crew member out in the future. With Ultraman's powerful strength across the universe, not to mention being able to kill randomly in the pirate world, he must be the strongest person in the world. Then, in order to get a good start, your pirate ship will be called Tiga. As soon as the thought moved, the 3 big words Tiga immediately appeared above the pop-up window. At this moment, Kyle's world seemed to have turned into a ray of light. Of course, this does not mean that he really turned into light. Instead, the game's dock function has been officially launched. A brand new and exquisite page suddenly appeared in Kyle's mind. The first thing that caught my eye was the introduction panel of the pirate ship. Open black lens bracket Tiga, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level 0, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience value 0/10, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket facilities 0/1 plus, close black lens bracket. Like the captain's introduction panel, as Kyle thought, a detailed introduction to the dock system immediately popped up. Ship class, the size of the ship, the hardness of the hull, and the number of facilities that can be carried will all increase with the increase of the ship's level. P.S. The ship level reaches level 1, and the ship elf of the Tiga can be activated. Experience value. Consume 100 W Bailey, increase 1 ship experience value. Close black lens bracket. Facilities. Rooms with special abilities can make the adventures of pirates smoother. Close black lens bracket. Well, the mechanism of the dock system is no different from when playing games. But Kyle pondered. His eyes immediately noticed the ship's experience value, the above introduction. Unlike the introduction of the captain's information bar, the captain's level only needs to spend Bailey in the system to obtain experience values. But in terms of ship level, Bailey is directly consumed. Kyle now has a total of 5,000 yuan of Bailey's cash, which is enough to upgrade the ship 1 or 2 levels, and his captain's level can also be increased as he goes. But don't hurry if you spend money, let's see what the gasket system says. Good steel should be used on the blade. 5000 W Bailey, he must use it carefully. Moreover, according to the usual urinary nature of the mobile game, this system will definitely become a bottomless gold swacking cave in the future. The initial funding is just that, Kyle must plan it carefully. In the game, the system divides props from E to S into 6 levels. Class E is the worst, Class S is the strongest. And these props are all from the game's discarding function. Open the gauge option and another interface that Kyle is familiar with appears. 3 different colors and special effects gauge machines appeared in front of Kyle in turn. From left to right, the first light blue gluing machine is called Ordinary Gluing Machine. As the name suggests, this is the lowest level gag machine in the gag system. Most of the prize pools are ordinary items of E level. There is a small probability that you can get DA level boutique props. The second orange one is called Boutique Gasket Machine. Although the prize pool of this gating machine is also very similar to that of an ordinary gating machine, it is just a D level prop that has been guaranteed to be turned into. The highest award has also become the top S level award. But this thing is like a lottery. It's just telling you that there is such a big prize. As for wanting to win the jackpot. Hee. The last gasket machine has a bigger background. The name of the legend gasket machine alone is enough to make people yearn for. Not to mention the golden light that keeps flashing around the capsule machine. In the legendary gag machine, the worst thing you will get is C-level props, and the probability of getting S-level props will be greatly enhanced. However, after briefly understanding the situation of the 3 gasket machines, Kyle turned his attention to the first 2 gasket machines, as if he had not seen the legend gasket machine. Nothing else. Single word. Poverty. As the highest level of the glider machine in the game system, just a single shot is required to make a full 100 million Bailey price. Although this is not a very difficult number for a time traveler with a big dream. But at least for Kyle now, that's not something he should think about. However, even the first 2 gasket machines are not easy to get along with. The price of a boutique gasket machine is 1000 W Bailey. The price of an ordinary gas cushion machine is 100 W Bailey. 100 W Bailey. This is enough to buy an adult's lifespan in Kekia West Village. And according to Kyle's memory of the game, in the prize pool of ordinary gamblers, there are more of the crutches of Turtle Fairy, the kitchenware of the Little Demons, the uniforms of the demon-killing team, Hinata's Cheongsam, and the Bumma's underwear and other things that are of little value. In the game, these things can also be recycled by the system and replaced with some Baileys. But in the real world, how could anyone recycle these junk? Oh, I hope this gas machine can give you some strength after traveling through time. No matter how tricky the props in the game were, Kyle decided to spend some Bailey to explore the prize pool of these gamblers after traveling through time. As the song sings, new Krypton gold has appeared, how can you not pay? Chapter 5 Character Card, Rukia Kayuki. For some reason, it is an ordinary gas machine with no guarantee, but it has a 10 consecutive drop button. It seems that even after the mutation, the system still retains some of the features in the game that induces players to consume. Based on the idea of understanding the system mechanism, Kyle endured the pain and pressed the 10 consecutive draws on the ordinary gasket machine. In an instant, a long row of system prompts appeared in front of him. Congratulations on getting the E-level prop Seiko Mushima school uniform. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on getting the E-level prop Mai Sakurajima for the bunny girl's costume. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on getting E-level prop Shimura Shinba's glasses. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on getting the E-level prop Shuon Temple World hatchet. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Looking at the series of E-level props, Kyle's mouth suddenly twitched. Although he was mentally prepared, he still suffered a significant blow to see 1000 W Bailey pulling out such a bunch of useless things. Sure enough, whether it is before or after time travel, the glider machine has never changed its characteristics of being a scam. 1/5 of the startup capital was lost in vain. For a moment, Kyle even began to reflect on whether everything went too smoothly since he went to sea, which caused his heart to begin to swell. However, just as he was silently regretting, the last message of 10 consecutive draws flashed quickly in front of his eyes. Congratulations on getting the A-level prop character card, Rukia Kuchiki. Close black lens bracket. Look at this message. Kyle was stunned and a look of incredibleness appeared in his eyes. He quickly raised his head, straightened his spirit, and looked at the message that was gradually disappearing. What's the situation? Or is it a high-level prop like a character card? He quickly opened the backpack system, and among a bunch of unknown equipment props, he found a card icon prop. Above the props, there is a short-haired girl wearing a black dead domineering outfit. At this time, the girl was looking forward with a firm face, holding a knife in both hands, as if she was confronting some enemy. The character card, it turns out to be a real character card. I actually have such luck. Looking at the edge frame that emitted red light, Kyle's eyes also began to flash a dynamic red light. Although Rukia is a little smaller, it doesn't fit his XP. But no matter what, he is still a beautiful girl. Moreover, Rukia after Bankai has at least the combat effectiveness of the Navy General. Whether from the perspective of viewing or practicality, he is a character that can satisfy Kyle very much. Thoughts flashed through my mind, and Kyle immediately tried to click on the card with his mind. However, just when he thought he could summon a Rukia, a Kirili, like in the game, a pop-up window with the warning logo suddenly ejected out. Open black lens bracket worn. No fit crew was detected and loading failed. Close black lens bracket. Kyle. What's the situation? It was as if the flame that had just risen was extinguished by a basin of cold water. Kyle immediately widened his eyes and was stunned for a moment. The next moment, a pop-up window appeared in his consciousness again as the previous function introduction. People card can be possessed by members of the pirate group, and the attribute templates of the corresponding characters are loaded. The crew members who have the templates will be absolutely loyal to the captain. Requirements. Fitness is greater than or equal to 60%. Close black lens bracket. This. After carefully reading the introduction to the character card, Kyle's face instantly became confused. In other words, the character card does not directly summon characters from another world to the pirate world, but needs to load attribute templates on other people. So, what happened to me when I wanted to raise cows on the boat was ruined. Tisk, what a pity. Kyle curled his lips and sighed in his heart. However, although there is an extra process, it can at least ensure that the crew members loading the template will not betray them. To be honest, this is actually a powerful means to help Kyle stabilize the internal situation and recruit crew members unscrupulously. Forget it, since the rules have been given, then make good use of this rule. I just don't know how to judge this fit. This time, the system did not pop up any information window to explain the degree of fit for Kyle. Obviously, he still needs to explore all of this on his own. According to the system, to load a character card, there are 2 conditions required. One is a member of the Twilight Pirates, and the other is a degree of fit. Although the 60% value does not seem very harsh, who knows what calculation is based on the so-called fit. If this is calculated based on Rukia's power system, then there will be no one who will wield the soul blade in the entire pirate world. It's better not to think so complicatedly. Maybe this requirement of fit is not as serious as I imagined. Maybe you can just find a flat-breasted female swordsman to meet the requirements of the system. So then, where should I find the female swordsman with a flat chest, and how can I pull her onto the pirate ship? Looking at the island of Yaxi, which was gradually disappearing from sight in the distance, a picture suddenly appeared in Kyle's mind. Under the high beam, a pair of childhood sweethearts stood on the grass. The girl patted her breasts lightly, while the ignorant green algae-headed ghost blushed. Speaking of the female swordsman in One Piece world, the first thing Kyle thinks of is Guina, who has extraordinary resources but unfortunately was killed by the plot. Certainly. Guina's death is a foregone conclusion, and it is unlikely to recruit her. But in the East China Sea, there is a Guiana's substitute, Sao Changdeski, the Navy headquarters stationed in Roger Town, East China Sea. The most important thing is that because she is a Navy member, it may not be that troublesome to operate for Kyle. It seems that I'm going to bother my second uncle or the Marshal of the Warring States period tilde. Forget it, don't care about those for now. It seems that the character card will not be used in a short period of time. Let's continue to test other mechanisms of the system. Kyle hesitated for a moment, but in the end he did not challenge the limits of an ordinary gasoline machine. Whether this A-level character card is the first 10 game guaranteed, or is it really lucky to get it? When he is not very financially funded, it is better not to put the eggs in a basket. Turning his eyes to the finest gasoline machine, hesitated for a moment, Kyle directly pressed his consciousness on the gasoline button. The expensive boutique gasket machine is not allowed to be used multiple times at all. He can only choose to draw single times and then wait for a miracle. Maybe it was after traveling through time, Kyle's mediocre luck was changed, maybe it was because the novice had some protection mechanism. This time, a miracle reappears. With the ball the machine swayed, and another prompt window appeared in front of Kyle. Congratulations on obtaining the A-level weapon, Zanpakura. Close black lens bracket. Damn it. Another A-level. An icon flashing with a red light appeared, and then turned into a stream of light and entered the backpack. For a moment, Kyle couldn't believe his eyes. When he played this meat-selling mobile game, he had never been as European as he is today. However, when I think about the 2 million Bailey he spent, it is enough to decorate a good property in some small countries. It seems that everything has become less exciting again. After his mood quickly calmed down, as Kyle thought, the interface in front of him immediately moved to his backpack and checked the information about Zanpakura. Open black lens bracket Zanpakura close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket category, weapons close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, a close black lens bracket. Introduction. Special props created by soul power from the world of death, limited to specific characters. Close black lens bracket. Question mark. Why do you still have limited equipment in this game? Kyle once again discovered the difference between the system and mobile games. In mobile games, these equipment are just props that have certain values and can increase combat effectiveness to crew members. Strictly speaking, the rabbit girl suit and hatchet that Kyle drew before are actually a kind of equipment. But obviously, the system after traveling through time has cancelled the numerical panel of the equipment and added certain restrictions. Fortunately, I drew Rukia before. It seems that this Zanpakura is the equipment that matches her. Although it consumed 20 million Baileys, judging from the results, the money was undoubtedly very worthwhile. Not only did Kyle understand the changes and basic mechanisms of the system, but he also brought him the goal of the next stage of his progress. By the way, because Bailey was spent in the system, Kyle's captain's interface also changed. Open black lens bracket captain, Kyle close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience value, 10/50ths close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total combat power, 0 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skill, to be drawn close black lens bracket. After using 2000 W Bailey, his captain's level successfully upgraded from level 0 to level 1. It's a pity that it seems that the experience value will be cleared for every level of upgrade. So even if he spent all 5000 W Bailey, he would not be able to upgrade the captain's level to level 2. Looking at the words to be drawn in the skill bar, Kyle clicked on it without thinking. Instantly, a huge lottery disc appeared in front of him. Above the disc are small characters that are so dense that they are unable to see clearly that they are of different colors. Before Kyle could observe carefully, the disc turned directly. Finally, the pointer on the disc stayed above a line of small red characters. Chapter 6 The Wonderful Use of Ship Elf. It's red again. When Kyle saw this familiar color for the third time, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but lick his lower lips, showing a satisfied expression. The third red. This means that he once again won an A-level prize. And it is a captain's skill that is extremely important to him personally. Under his ecstatic gaze. Soon, a young man's portrait phantom with flames on his hands and forehead appeared in front of him. Sawada Tsunayoshi. Kyle immediately pronounced the name of this boy in his heart. This is the male lead of a heroic and hot-blooded anime, The Tutor, that was once very popular a few years ago. The male protagonist Tsunayoshi Sawada was a classic waste start, and then met Ri Baoen, a mafia tutor from Italy, and since then he unfolded a series of wonderful stories. Certainly. This is not important to Kyle at this time. What he really cares about is which skill he will draw from Tsunayoshi Sawada. Because he doesn't play male characters, he is not very familiar with Tsunayoshi Sawada's skills. However, he was able to draw A-level Tsunayoshi Sawada in the prize pool full of low-level characters. Kyle is willing to call this lottery absolutely fair. The answer was soon revealed. After only a few seconds, Tsunayoshi Sawada suddenly turned into a stream of light and penetrated into Kyle's body. As his eyes flashed, a brand new entry appeared in his skill column. Open black lens bracket skill, Super Intuition close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, a close black lens bracket. Introduction. The limit of human perception makes people have the intuition to see through illusions, detect subtleties, and even predict the future. Close black lens bracket. Super intuitive feeling, it's it. Looking at the information column in front of him, the joy on Kyle's face suddenly stopped, and then a complicated expression appeared. Of course, he has seen a tutor and knows his super intuitive ability. Restrain the perception of all illusions, keen control over combat details, and a flash of inspiration when making choices. Although this ability does not directly increase combat effectiveness, it is undoubtedly an extremely cost-effective auxiliary skill. The only thing that made Kyle feel not so satisfied is there are so many places where it overlaps with the domineering spirit of seeing, hearing, and seeing, 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 there are so many places where it overlaps. Explore the illusion, see through the enemy's actions, and even predict the future. These are all abilities that can bring about domineeringness in seeing and hearing. It can be seen from the experience value that is directly increased by 5 times at level 2 that it will definitely become more and more difficult to improve the level in the future. This means that the skill slots in the future are not so easy to obtain. The current situation is that Kyle used a precious skill slot to exchange for a full-level domineering spirit. 180 that time, he didn't know whether he had made a profit or lost money. After all, he has a domineering way of practicing with experience and color. With time, under the power of the system, not to be as powerful as Ka-er to predict the future, but it will never be weaker than ordinary people. So he was so embarrassed that he was really at a loss when he got this super intuition. Really, no matter how skill is used, I can be so entangled. After a slight sigh, he immediately decided not to think about what had happened. No matter what, it is already a blessing to be able to follow an A-level skill. His eyes turned. Kyle switched the interface to the dock system again. Glass. He has seen the 2 glass machines on the interface, and he is not qualified to see the last legend glass machine. Now only this dock function is left, which he has not used yet. The information interface I saw before appeared in front of Kyle again. He repeated his previous behavior and once again took out a bag of banknotes from the room. At this time, A+ appeared behind the experience column of the Tiga. He controlled his consciousness and clicked on the plus sign, and the bills at his feet were instantly reduced by 1/10. Make a concerted effort. Kyle directly clicked on the plus key 9 times in succession. In an instant, the money bag that was still bulging at his feet just now became extremely shriveled. Just like when I was smoking a gambler before. At the same time, a mysterious halo suddenly flashed through the front of the ship, covering the hull until the stern, and disappeared. Inexplicably, Kyle felt that his ship seemed to have something different. But before he could look at the upgraded hull, a tender voice suddenly came from behind him. "Good morning, Captain." Scared. Who is it? This sudden sound directly scared Kyle. He suddenly turned around, and quickly pulled out the musket that fired the Halu stone bullet from his waist, and retreated backwards. But then, his expression suddenly stopped. "Shift your eyes down." I saw a child who was only 1 meter tall and wearing a hood that made people unable to see his face, looking at Kyle in confusion. It seemed that he was puzzled why Kyle pointed a gun at him. Although the hood blocked 2/3 of his face in the shadow, Kyle could inexplicably feel the mood and expression of the child in front of him. "Hello, Captain, I am Tiga, the ship's elves of this ship." Thinking that Kyle was asking questions, he answered his question obediently. Tiga. Hearing this familiar name, Kyle immediately came to his senses, and the vigilance on his face slowly disappeared. It's not that he is so timid, but that when he is concentrating on his energy, he suddenly gets called out from behind. Anyone will be scared last time. But now, he has reacted. With the upgrade of the pirate ship, he successfully triggered the function of the dock system, allowing the ship elf who was originally just a novice in the game to appear in front of him alive. The ship elves actually appeared. Kyle murmured with emotion. When watching One Piece, he couldn't let go of the Melisse that disappeared in the flames for a long time. Every time I see a related edited video, I will cry sadly. So he was very welcome to the appearance of the ship elves. Subconsciously, his eyes softened. Little Tiga tilted her head, as if she was wondering why the difference in expressions between her master was so big. But Kyle stepped forward and responded to Tiga's previous greeting. "Hello, Tiga. My name is Kyle, the captain of this ship. From now, please give me some advice." He stretched out his hand and made an action that he wanted to touch Tiga's head. However, his arm passed through Tiga's head without any pause. Sure enough, is there no entity? Kyle's eyes were dazed in surprise. Although most of his face was covered by a hood, little Tiga, who received the response, could still make people feel his obviously happy mood. He was born by the system, and there were no restrictions on ordinary ship elves. As long as he does not leave the ship, he can appear unscrupulously and interact with the crew. After introducing each other, Kyle, who was already intimate and indifferent, immediately asked Tiga curiously with a familiar attitude. "Little Tiga, as a ship elf, do you have any special abilities? For example, the navigation direction of the ship." In the anime, the ship elf of the Mary not only can repair the ship, but also has the ability to automatically cruise. Kyle really wanted to know if the little Tiga in front of him could do this. After all, neither in the previous life nor in the original body, I have no experience in working on a ship. If you can contract out this job, it will undoubtedly be excellent. And Tiga's answer did not disappoint Kyle. He raised his hand and jumped up playfully. I can. Captain Kyle, I can not only control the direction of the ship's navigation, but also repair the damaged places of the ship. I'm so can help you fight Tilda. Fight? Kyle was stunned. Why are you fighting for me? I'm right, can I use a shell to demonstrate, Captain Kyle? As if she was trying hard to show her child, little Tiga asked excitedly. Certainly. Kyle nodded without hesitation and looked at him with interest. But as soon as he finished speaking, little Tiga's figure disappeared in front of him in an instant. Not long after, the door of the cabin was opened out of thin air. Little Tiga was staggeringly holding a cannonball given when buying a ship, and walking towards the cannon on the side of the ship. Then he used a smoother movement than Kyle to stuff the shell into the barrel. A fire appeared on the lead out of thin air. More than 10 seconds later, a deafening roar suddenly rang. The dark shells flew towards the distant sea with a blazing impact, stirring up a boiling column of waves. It's like this. After doing all this, little Tiga's figure flashed and teleported to Kyle again, showing an expectant look, as if waiting for praise. At this moment, Kyle was already a little stunned by the series of operations of little Tiga. He smacked his tongue, and considering Tiga's age, he finally only spit out 2 words. Sharp. But then, Kyle flashed with inspiration, as if he had discovered some treasure. He immediately turned his hot eyes to little Tiga and asked, "Can you become an entity?" He just watched little Tiga pick up a shell with his own eyes. Tilda. Xiao Tiga, who didn't expect Kyle to ask this question, was also stunned. But then he nodded slowly and said, "As long as I want to do something, I can become a physical state. But as long as the matter is done, I will return to what I am now. That's it. By the way, Melly has repaired the hull. Without the entity, she wouldn't be able to hold up nails and hammers." Before this, Kyle preconceived that they were all dreamy states similar to spiritual bodies. It turns out that the ship elves can also be physicalized. Kyle grinned and showed an excited smile. At the same time, an idea that was enough to surprise everyone in the pirate world appeared in his mind. Chapter 7: The Best Helmsman of This Century. Let the ship elves eat the storm fruit that can control the storm. This was a sudden whim that flashed through Kyle's mind when he saw Tiga transporting shells. As a ship elf, Tiga himself has the ability to control the direction of the ship. If combined with the ability to create storm, he can create wind out of thin air and activate the ship. Then his pirate ship will definitely become the fastest and most flexible sailboat in the world. But this is just a sudden idea after all. Before implementing it, Kyle needs to confirm some questions. With a moving mind, he showed a kind smile at little Tiga. "Little Tiga, do you know something like the devil fruit?" "Devil fruit?" Little Tiga's head tilted, revealing a cute expression. "I know, Tilda. The devil fruit is a secret treasure in the sea. If you eat it, you can gain mysterious power. But at the same time, those who are capable will also be disgusted by the sea. I also know that there is such a devil fruit in the captain's room, Tilda." The ship elf with only a child's heart answered the captain's question extremely seriously. On the face under the hood, there was an innocent smile that was enough to make a meat-eating woman unable to stop. When Kyle heard Tiga's answer, he instantly showed joy and quickly praised him. "Yes, that's right. I'm worthy of being my ship elf, I'm just smart, Tilda." Sure enough, a creature like a ship elf has the ability to know it by nature. Although I don't know if it is the memory inheritance of the ship elves, or whether it conveys past knowledge based on the crew's memory. But Tiga, who has these basic knowledge, will undoubtedly save a lot of verbal talk for Kyle's next questions. After a few words of praise, he immediately asked the question he was most concerned about. Then if it was little Tiga who ate the devil fruit, and Tiga came into contact with the sea water. As a ship elf, will you become weak and unable to use your power? Letting the ship elves eat the devil fruit is undoubtedly a bolder idea than Yiju. But if you eat the devil fruit, the pirate ship will become weak and powerless when it touches the sea, and the fun will be a big deal. Fine. After pondering for a while, little Tiga, who had thought carefully, gave an answer that surprised Kyle. "Well no, Captain Kyle. Although I am the incarnation of Tiga, the way the ship elves and ships are connected is a soul and spirit-like power, not a biological nature. So the devil fruit will not affect the ship elves and ships at the same time." Little Tiga put on a serious face like Conan, answering Kyle's doubts. After getting this answer, Kyle immediately smiled happily. "That's great. Come with me, little Tiga." He pressed his fist with one hand and thrust his palm into his eyes. The stream of expectation flashed out. After learning that the system can make him stronger and have special abilities, Kyle will certainly not choose the devil fruit with obvious weaknesses. Therefore, this valuable storm fruit has only two destinations. One is to be sold to an auction house in exchange for a large number of Baileys. The other is to stay and let him use it when he meets a suitable crew member. Nowadays, the appearance of the ship elf Tiga is completely in line with the second situation. This storm fruit is not needed at this time, and when will it last? Seeing that Kyle had walked into the captain's room, little Tiga, who was in a spirit state, suddenly became empty and followed him to the railing in front of the captain's room. Before he could enter the captain's room, Kyle, holding the storm fruit, had already returned to him. "Try it, can you eat it?" A blue-threaded fruit was handed to little Tiga. "Huh. Did Captain Kyle want to give me the devil fruit?" Little Tiga screamed in surprise, and his tone became obviously a little happy. However, he obviously couldn't understand the real value of the devil fruit, but simply felt that this was a gift from Kyle, which made him happy. And since the captain's mission is to let him eat the devil fruit, of course he will complete it seriously. The blurred little Tiga suddenly jumped off the railing. At this moment, Kyle obviously heard a collision sound of landing. He instantly understood that this was little Tiga who had entered the physical state. Watching him take the storm fruit in his hand and then take a bite without hesitation, Kyle felt inexplicably nervous. After all, there is no precedent for ship elves to eat demon fruits in the pirate world, and he doesn't know whether his ideas can be successfully realized. After choking, seeing that the ship elf had no expression and was still eating the remaining flesh there, Kyle immediately asked curiously, "How does it taste?" Little Tiga raised her head, chewing her mouth, and said in a confused manner, "Sorry, Captain Kyle, I don't have a normal biological taste system, so I can't answer this question." It's good, it's good. Although it was a bit pitiful that he could not taste the delicious boat elf, at least he did not answer. It seemed like he was eating shit, which was a blessing. After a while, little Tiga finally swallowed all the blue-threaded fruits that were 1/5 of his tall. Before Kyle could ask again, a breeze suddenly surged beside little Tiga. He waved his arm like a fun thing. Instantly, the storm surged, turning into a horizontal tornado and smashed towards the sea next to the ship. The next moment, a circling column of water suddenly rose, like a giant python poking its head out of the sea, roaring toward the sea in the distance, and finally slowly dissipated on the sea in the distance. Successful. Seeing that little Tiga actually used the power of the storm fruit, Kyle's expression immediately relaxed, and a faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, he pulled out a compass from the package and a navigation chart of almost the East China Sea area. After confirming the direction slightly through the location of the port on Yaxi Island, Kyle immediately pointed his hand in one direction and said with a smile, "Come on, little Tiga, next we will test your newly acquired power. Start now, use your fruit ability to move towards that direction at full speed." "No problem, Captain." Little Tiga, who received the instructions again, raised his lips. He didn't see any movement, but the ship began to turn silently. Little Tiga silenced, and came directly from the captain's office to the watchtower and stood steadily on the railing. Next second, the sea, which had no wind and waves, suddenly began to surge. The calm sail also became swollen at this moment. The strong wind surging, but it was magically divided up and down, while blowing the sails, pushing the waves. But on the deck of the ship, I couldn't feel the slightest wind pressure. Obviously, the storm around the ship entered Tiga's control range. Kyle's dark eyes flashed. If the speed of the ships before was riding bicycles, then their current speed was at least an electric motorcycle. The speed has increased by more than 3 times. This obviously has surpassed the speed of ordinary sailboats in the normal sense. And this is because the ship elf just ate the fruit. The ship elves created by the system have unlimited potential just like Kyle himself. When the Tiga level increases and the number of crew members increases, the strength of the ship elves will definitely increase. By that time, maybe the Tiga could even become a ship operating in the sky. Moreover, Tiga, who has the ability to passively blur, is not afraid of things such as sea water and sea tower stones that can restrain people. The more I thought about it, the more Kyle felt that his decision was extremely perfect. It's me, I'm just a lot of ideas. He silently praised himself in his heart. Kyle believes there is no better way to use this storm fruit. Chapter 8 All Positive Energy. Luoge Town. This is an island-type town located near the entrance of the Great East China Sea Road. Because of the legendary pirate King Gul D. Roger was born here and died here. Therefore, this place is called the Town of Beginning and End. This is a dream place that countless pirates long for. At this time, at the busy port, ships of different shapes were moored here, like colorful dumplings waiting in line to get into the pot. Looking down from a high place, sailors like ants come and go, carrying all kinds of goods. As the waves surged up and down, an inconspicuous medium-sized sailboat slowly docked at the port. Woohoo tilde. It's finally here. Standing at the bow of the boat, Kyle stretched his body into a big character, moving his somewhat stiff muscles and bones. Although the speed of the Tiga had surpassed ordinary ships and warships, it took them 3 days to arrive at the destination town of Rogue from the coast of Yaxi Island. The boring trip along the way really made Kyle feel frustrated. At this moment, he finally saw Lu, and could no longer contain his inner throbbing. Tiga, the mission of guarding the ship is left to you. Leave everything to me, Captain Kyle. Behind Kyle, a child with a hood appeared out of thin air. Although he yearns for the world outside the ship, as a ship elf, he is destined to be able to move inside the ship. Kyle, who saw Tiga's little thoughts, touched his little head illusionally, and smiled and comforted. Don't worry, sooner or later, you can appear on the street like me. Best, I will create a country for you in the future where ships are allowed to pass. What, can it really be that? Little Tiga raised her head and asked excitedly. Although Tiga's eyes were not visible, his smile, which had already formed a D shape, perfectly showed his mood at this moment. Certainly. Kyle nodded firmly. This is an agreement between us. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes immediately looked at the prosperous town of Roger. The crowded towns, the endless stream of tourists, and the crowded commercial streets. As long as his plan today can be achieved smoothly, it will not be far from his completion of this agreement. I hope everything goes well. The cunning stream of light flashed in Kyle's dark eyes. He grinned and showed a bad look. So. The first emergency mission of the pirates at dusk, code name, Deceive the Ignorant Girl. Get to act. Before he could finish his speech, Kyle suddenly jumped directly from the bow of the ship to the land at the port. The little Tiga behind him turned into nothingness at this moment. According to what Kyle had previously told, he turned the Tiga around and was ready to leave at any time. As early as when they were near the coast of Roger Town, Kyle and the others had already lowered the pirate flag. Now, no one knows his identity as a pirate except himself and the Warring States period and Kizaru who are familiar with it. Like a normal passenger, he walked into the downtown area of Roger Town with a swagger. Kyle won't stay for too long this trip to Roger Town. His purpose is only one. That is to tie the Dasky, who is suspected to be able to fit the character Kalukia, to his ship. This was not Kyle's whim, but a plan he made after careful consideration. First of all, Dashi is the most suitable character Kyle can think of at present. If she can successfully load the Rukia game panel for it, then she will become a big help for her. And even if the fit fails, Dasky is at least a capable combat power, and is more familiar with the situation in the East China Sea than him. It can help him plunder funds faster and invest it in the system. Secondly, as Smoger's adjutant, Dasky, who can manage a naval base, has a management talent and experience that is definitely far beyond ordinary people. Money to Kyle is power. In the future, he will inevitably start some business and industries, so he needs talents like Dasky very much. The above is the main reason why Kyle decided to kidnap Dashi. By the way, considering the spectacular scene of Dasky's peaks and waves gathering 3 years later, it can also be regarded as a small source of motivation for Kyle. Of course, it's really just a small one tilde. He mainly wanted to build a certain pirate team as soon as possible to contribute his strength to justice. At the same time, considering that even if the kidnapping plan failed and she was arrested by Smog, at most she would just call her second uncle. So he ran over resolutely. With the power of his fist and with the help of several kind street gangsters, Kyle quickly found a black market store selling various contrabands such as guns and ammunition. A few years ago, Roger Town was also the most popular town in the East China Sea. There used to be many shops here that specialize in serving pirates. The store Kyle entered at this time is one of them. It's just that because Smog suddenly landed, there are fewer and fewer pirates who dare to come to Roger Town now. The original black market business also plummeted. After learning about Kyle's true purpose, the owner, who had already changed careers and became a toy store, immediately showed a look of overjoyment. Nodding and bowing repeatedly, as if he had to serve Kylie comfortable attitude. The whole transaction went very happily and smoothly. In the end, Kyle bought 3 pills that were said to be able to haunt elephants for a price of 100 W Bailey. And he also personally tested one on the store owner. It's really very useful. HMPH. I dare to sell banned items to pirates. It is because of people like you that pirates on the sea are so rampant. This time, I just treat it as a lesson for you. Picking up the money bag he had just handed over, Kyle walked out of the toy store with justice. The shop owner left behind the shop owner who fell in the plush toy and slept. The light of the righteous way shines on the big butt . Humming the little song from his hometown, Kyle came to the streets of Roger again openly. At the same time, the eyes that had bad intentions began to float continuously in the crowd. Soon, he found his next goal, immediately showed a friendly smile, and walked over. "Excuse me, Navy guys." Kyle reached out and called out the 2 Navy soldiers in front. Although the number of pirates in Roger Town has been greatly reduced, the world is so big that there will always be things that don't have eyes to hit the gun. In order to ensure the safety of the people in Roger Town, naval soldiers can often be seen on the streets. The 2 naval soldiers who were patrolling stopped and turned around and threw inquiring eyes at Kyle. "That's it." Kyle showed a slutty smile and took off the long stick wrapped in cloth strands behind him. "I'm here to be a bounty hunter who has just entered the industry." He seized a famous knife from the pirate not long ago. According to the dead pirate, this knife seems to be one of the 50 masters of the good fast swords with the name of Frost. "So I want to find a boss who knows what I know to do to help me identify it and exchange some money for spending . I'm here for the first time and want to ask the 2 guys how to get to the most reliable tool shop in Luoge Town." As he said that, Kyle pulled out the wrapped Frost from behind him. Aomori's sword light instantly reflected on the eyes of the 2 Navy. For a moment, the 2 of them felt a chill inexplicably. And this also confirms the authenticity of Kyle's words. Bounty hunter. Good quick knife. The 2 Navy looked at each other, and they seemed to be communicating something in their eyes. As we all know, Colonel Smoger's adjutant, Darth Chi-Sao, is an unbiased sword controller. This is not a secret in the Navy. If Dasky Sao Chong knew that such a famous sword appeared in Roger Town and was sold to other people because they were, Dasky Sao will definitely train them hard. Gudong . After a brief eye contact, the 2 Navy immediately made up their minds. They choked and immediately said to Kyle, "Sir, the knife shop is not far from here, just the next block." "But..." The Navy soldier suddenly raised his voice and his eyes turned hesitantly. "But what?" Kyle became very curious. Navy paused for a moment, and then said, "But if I were you, I would never choose to find those profiteers to sell this knife. If you don't understand the value of this knife, you will easily be deceived by those guys who only have money in their eyes. It's better. Would you go to the naval base with us? We happen to have an expert who knows a lot about knives, so we can ask her to help you identify it first." Kyle hesitantly looked at the cold Frost in his hand, then frowned and murmured as if he was troublesome. "But, it always feels strange to run inside the naval base inexplicably." Silence was slightly for a moment. Suddenly, as if he suddenly thought of something, Kyle suddenly raised his head and showed an apology. "Or why don't you guys come here to come and invite that expert? I will wait here for you to come back." While speaking, Kyle accidentally took out 2 stacks of Bailey from his arms. "Not much, it only looks like 100,000. He grinned, stepped forward and blocked Bailey's hand with his body, and then slid him into the Navy's pocket. Without waiting for the 2 Navy to say anything, he took the lead in blocking the Navy's mouth and said, "A little care is not respectful. I hope my guys can understand that after all, if those who do our business are too close to the Navy, they will be quarrel. Please rest assured, I will not pay a cent less for the expert's appraisal fee." The 2 Navy looked at Kyle, who was whispering in their ears, and their eyes were strange. You are almost posting it, this is not close. However, after feeling the fullness of their pockets, they still looked at each other and said seriously. Ahem, it is our job to be able to help people in need. You just stay in the cafe over there, we'll be back later. A Navy pointed to a store next to the street with not many customers and said. Okay. Kyle responded with a smile. For everything, please ask both of you. Chapter 9 This is it's what pirates should do. All, please both of you. Looking at the naval soldiers who were gradually moving away and heading towards the naval base, Kyle couldn't help but grin. The plan went so smoothly that he was a little suspicious of himself. After all, this Navy in Roger Town is so easy to cheat. Or, I was born to do this. Although Dasky is not a big shot, he is too unvigilant to be caught by a stranger like this. It looks like. The powerful smog brought long-term stability to Roger Town, but also made the grassroots soldiers lose their early warning capabilities for danger and accidents. Well, this can be written into the report. Go back to the warring states Marshal Smog, and let the grassroots Navy be a little more vigilant. It can be regarded as my contribution to the Navy. When he was cheating, Kyle did not forget his identity as a naval spy. After getting so many benefits from the Navy, I won't help them with some practical things. Even a guy like Kyle will be uneasy. Just right. He will soon ask for the Marshal of the Warring States period. At that time, you can use this excuse as an introduction. Time passes by little. Kyle, who was waiting, was sitting on the fluffy sofa, drinking the love coffee made by the beautiful waiter in small sips. At this time, a figure hurriedly ran over from the far side of the street. It was a short-haired girl wearing a plaid shirt and tight jeans. Although she looks very simple in dressing, she is like a local girl who has just come from the countryside to the street. But the girl's capable temperament and a little baby fat face still intertwined with a strange cuteness, which made people want to take a look at it. And this heroic and sassy girl is the target Kyle is waiting for, Dasky. For a famous knife controller, the Liang Kuei knife is like Hashimoto in front of the lowly control, and the Yomi in the eyes of the uniform controller. I can't stop at all. After learning that someone was going to sell the good quick knife, she even left the naval soldier who brought the news back and ran over at the fastest speed in her life. Push open the door of the cafe. The wind chimes collided and made a pleasant sound, which not only did not break the tranquility of the room, but instead made the environment more warm. Welcome. The waitress at work immediately smiled and raised her head when she heard the sound of the wind chime. But when she saw the person coming, she was stunned for a moment, and then immediately exclaimed again. Hey Sir Dasky. Hello. Although his eyes flashed with anxious expressions, Dasky did not lose the courtesy he deserved. I'm here to find someone. She first explained to the waiter and waved her hand to signal that she would not have to entertain herself. Immediately, she quickly looked around the entire store and raised the volume. I heard that someone is preparing to sell Liang Kuaidao here. Who is it? It's me. In the corner of the cafe, Kyle calmly raised his hand, with a faint smirk on the corner of his mouth. Fish, it's hooked. He immediately greeted Dasky. Here. I really didn't expect that the tool experts mentioned by those two Navy men turned out to be Miss Dasky. Huh, do you know me? Dasky looked over curiously. After seeing the frost behind Kyle, an excitement flashed in her clear eyes. She staggered over quickly. May I ask, can you let me see the knife behind you? As if she couldn't believe it, the girl made a soft voice and asked again. At the same time, she also began to look at the boy in front of her up close. Black hair and angular face. The white shirt has a wide neckline and is paired with a beige jacket. It not only perfectly sets off the strong body, but also gives people a kind of cultivation of a gentleman hiding his weapon in his body. But what puzzled Dasky was. Such a gentleman always gives her a strange feeling. It's like, the other party has something to do. Maybe it was my own illusion. Dasky thought to himself. In the face of her request, Kyle responded with a smile. Certainly. Otherwise I won't have someone to invite you here. While speaking, he also took off the famous knife from his waist and placed it on the table. In an instant, the girl's eyes immediately moved away from Kyle's body and she looked at the knife in front of her. The two big eyes of the bowling were shining with the light that was satisfied with desire. It's just a coincidence. After Dasky's eyes turned away, Kyle's eyes actually burst into a flash that was not inferior to Dasky. During the period of operation in Roger Town, Kyle was surprised to find that his system had a very humane function. That is, even if the other party is not his crew member, he can still see the fit between the character card and others. After discovering this function, he has tested Lucia's fit for many people. This also made him discover another system mechanism related to character cards. That is, even data-based character cards can be divided into genders. Just like this Rukia character card that Kyle now has, it fits with all men, all of which are 0. Even if the gender is the same, it is extremely difficult to see a high degree of fit. So far, Kyle has met only 20% of the people with Lukia who have the highest fit. This also made Kyle feel a little nervous, worried that the standard of fit is not as easy as he thought. So the moment Dusky leaned over, he opened the system in his mind and tested Dusky. Fortunately, the test results made Kyle very satisfied. His hanging heart can finally fall. Open black lens bracket contract degree 80% close black lens bracket. 80. Seeing the test results in sight, Kyle's eyes shone wildly. My heart was pounding with excitement. My first crew member is finally here. This is the first time that Kyle has such a desire for a woman. Everything is difficult at the beginning. No matter how mutated this game system is, Kyle believes that its main function is to collect characters and cultivate partners. This is the eternal truth of card games. Although the captain's skills and dock system are also sources of strength, they are definitely not the main force. In Kyle's view, being able to get the system's recognized partner is his most important help in the future. Nowadays, a Dashi who can load the Rukia template appears in front of him. Kyle's mind is now full of abducting Dashi. However, considering that Dasky is not weaker than him, or even stronger than his force, Kyle still acted impulsively, and still pretended to be calm and accompanied Dasky to admire the famous sword. Clang tilde. The sharp blade was quickly unsheathed. The cold light flashed, emitting cold frost. Dasky's eyes gradually became obsessed with it, and even lost himself. Good knife. What a beautiful blade tilde. She cutely held up her glasses, then took out another small notebook and quickly started reading it. In this small notebook, all the famous sword information she recorded from the library when she was at the naval base. Not long after, she found the page she wanted. That's right, this texture and this craftsmanship are the frost of one of the 50 craftsmen of the good quick knife. Dasky screamed loudly, the joy on her face was uncontrollable. Do you really want to sell this famous knife? She looked at Kyle again and asked. Dasky couldn't believe that the famous sword he had always dreamed of appeared in front of him so simply. Facing the excited Dasky, Kyle just smiled and waved his hand and said helplessly. Miss Dasky, I'm not a swordsman. No matter how good this knife is, I won't know how to use it. It's better to sell it as soon as possible and exchange it for some money to buy equipment that suits me. It's such a pity. Dasky said this, but the expression on her face became more and more joyful, and she kept groping for the blade. At this moment, looking at Dasky's increasingly obsessed state at this moment, Kyle suddenly realized. The time has come. He slowly took out the pill he had bought from his arms. In order to make enough disguise, he also put the medicine into an exquisite watering can. Kyle showed off his exquisite spray can. Miss Dasky, I happen to buy a bottle of knife shiny enhancer here, which is said to better show the texture of the famous knife. Why don't you get closer and wait until I use this spray, and then observe carefully. What? Are there any such easy-to-use props? Dasky, who was not very experienced in the world, had no doubt at all, and his attention was all focused on the knife. She immediately obediently turned her eyes closer to the blade, ready to appreciate the shining of the knife from a close distance. However, at this moment, the nozzle that was originally facing the blade suddenly turned. Poochie tilde. A piece of wet unknown liquid suddenly sprayed on Dasky's face. Ah! Before he realized the danger was coming, Dasky exclaimed and hurriedly reached out to wipe off the mist from the lenses. But at this moment, an inexplicable sense of fainting suddenly swept across her brain. This what's going on? In a daze, she reached out to touch Xiaoyi Xiu on her waist, but the next second, her body suddenly became soft and she fell forward. He. Kyle smiled badly as he hugged the girl's slender waist and felt his body that was almost weightless. Regardless of the frightened eyes of the customers around him, he quickly took out the broken sack that had been prepared long ago. Then he quickly put Dasky into a sack in a few seconds. Carry it on your shoulders. After doing all this, Kyle still waved Han Frost and showed an arrogant smile to everyone present. What are you looking at? Have you ever seen a kidnapping? Look again. Believe it or not, I will tie you up and sell it to the mine. HMPH tilde. Kyle snorted lightly. Seeing that these ordinary townsmen were completely shocked by themselves. He carried Dasky directly, ran out of the cafe quickly, and ran towards the port. Mission goal, Dasky, get. Not long after. On the street. The two Navy returned to the place they were patrolling before panting, and began to pant while leaning on the wall. Tilde, it is worthy of being the adjutant appointed by Colonel Smoger. He is obviously just a little girl, but he can run so fast. That's it. Another Navy responded panting. After a while of rest, the two of them slowly straightened their backs and their eyes suddenly became stunned. Senior, look at that person, is it the guy who wanted to sell knives before? Hey, it seems it's him. It seems that he made a big profit with such a big money bag. The Navy, known as the Senior, looked at the figure gradually disappearing into the crowd and expressed his envious feeling. But the young Navy standing next to him scratched his head. Strange, I don't remember that Chief Dasky brought the money out tilde. Is there someone else who buys the knife? How is this possible? In this Roger town, how could anyone dare to steal something that Chief Dasky likes? Let's go and take a look. Maybe Chief Dasky is admiring her new knife. The two Navy walked towards the cafe while chatting. However, when they pushed open the door of the cafe and saw the waitress lying on the ground and crying constantly, the smile on their faces suddenly stopped. Is there something happening here? Chapter 10 Extremely Evil Criminal. What? You said Dasky was kidnapped. In the smoky office, Smog, holding 3 cigars in his mouth, suddenly stood up, his eyes as round as a copper bell. In front of him, the 2 naval soldiers who came back to report urgently were trembling. Bang! A rough big hand suddenly hit the desk, making a angrily thumping sound. It's outrageous. Where are those kidnappers now? Gudong tilde. The 2 naval soldiers were shocked and quickly told them what they had learned in the cafe before. Report to Colonel Smoger, there is only one kidnapper, a young man who looks only about 20 years old, dressed very casually. According to the coffee shop waiter, the kidnappers used drugs to make Dasky Sao faint, then put him in a sack and fled towards the port. What? You actually use drugs and sacks? Despicable pirate. This is an insult to the Navy. After listening to the narratives of the 2 Navy, Smog instantly entered a red warm state. The surging smoke burst out from his body. Is the port direction right? Okay. Very good. I actually dare to make trouble in my territory. It seems that I have been underestimated. Bang! The office window suddenly exploded. The wind is howling. All the smoke in the room condensed rapidly at this moment, turning into a white cloud, sprinting towards the port. Using the characteristics of smoke, Smog can fly briefly in the air. With the high drop in the naval base office, he was enough to arrive at the port as fast as possible. At this time, the port of Roger Town is still a lively scene. No one knew that just a while ago, the second-in-commander of the Navy stationed here was kidnapped here like a potato. Next, as long as you can return to the ship, everything will be done. Kyle's footsteps did not pause at all, and he made one passerby after another run towards the port without blinking his eyes. He had already thought about the way to get Dasky to join the pirates. That was a reason that Dasky could not refuse. In other words, he will soon be able to have his first crew member. At this moment, Kyle couldn't help but feel a little excited. As long as you can board the boat. As long as you can board the Tiga. Pong! The smoke in the sky suddenly bombarded the center of the port like a cannonball. In an instant, the entire port was shrouded in smoke. Damn it! Who turned off the lights? Why can't I see it? Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. There must be a pirate attack. Be careful, find a cover to hide. The sudden sound made the entire port of Rogertown suddenly mess up. Many people even shouted there, go and invite naval soldiers. However, after a moment, when all the smoke and dust were blown away by the sea breeze. In the center of the smoke, what appeared was not the pirates they thought were attacking the port. But they are in awe. Call, Smoger. People looked at the strong man walking out of the smoke, and their eyes showed puzzled eyes. But when Smog appeared boldly, he ignored their curiosity and quickly swept across the audience. Soon, he saw a young man carrying a sack not far from him, pretending to deliberately stagger his sight with him. Smoger's eyes froze, and he came directly to Kyle and stopped him. Hello, please let me check the sack behind you. While speaking, he reached out and grabbed Kyle. But how could Kyle be obedient? I saw him turn sideways and pass Smog's big hand. From the beginning, I flipped through other people's things. Don't you know how to pay attention to other people's privacy? Kizaru raised his head and looked straight at Smog with a cold expression. But he spat in his heart. Sister, why did you still attract him? Kyle had imagined that he would encounter Smog while the plan was going on, and even thought that the plan failed and he was arrested. But he did not expect that when he was about to return to the Tiga and escape by riding the wind and waves. It was actually blocked by Smog in the port. He soon realized what the problem was. It's those two Navy. Originally, if they came back with Dasky, Kyle could have knocked the two of them down together. In this way, the news would not reach Smog's ears so quickly. I've made a mistake, Tilda. He muttered in his heart, but his eyes were grinding around, thinking about ways to escape. At this time, he was not far from the Tiga, only a few hundred meters away. The limit distance of Tiga's fruit ability is 50 meters. As long as he can safely cross Smog and walk this last section of the road, he can escape safely. The only difficulty is, the gap in strength between him and Smog was too huge. Unless he makes up his mind, he will directly use the Halu stone bullet to severely damage Smog. But that is obviously impossible. Although Smog has many shortcomings in his personality, he is one of the few people-oriented kind people in the Navy. Kyle still admires this big man quite well. Certainly. If he could not stop him, Kyle would appreciate it even more. And in terms of identity, Kyle is also half a Navy. They are still in a colleague Tilda. For a moment, Kyle's mind was filled with thoughts. However, his floating eyes while thinking made Smog more convinced that there was something in his heart. Smog's eyes widened in an instant and glared at the bold kidnapper in front of him. Stop talking nonsense, dare to make trouble in my territory. Are you tired of living? The lingering white smoke scattered everywhere, quickly pushing the unrelated people around him out, forming a round smoke wall, surrounding Kyle and Smog. Quote. Is it necessary to do so terrible? Looking at the blocked escape road, Kyle smiled bitterly. However, it is obviously impossible to let Dasky put him down now. Kyle quietly placed his hand around his waist and opened the security of the musket. Immediately he said coldly to Smog. Sorry, Mr. Navy, I don't know what you are talking about. Also, can you please stay away from me? I'm allergic to secondhand smoke, thank you. Secondhand smoke allergy. Okay. Smog opened his mouth wide and let out a mocking laugh. Then I will create a smoky cage for you so that you can imprison you for the rest of your life. White fist. Smog stopped talking nonsense and shouted angrily. The strong arm suddenly blasted towards Kyle, and the connection between his arm and joint was disconnected. A fog sprayed out from his joints, adding a terrifying impact to the heavy punch. Oh, really, I don't want to fight with others yet. Kyle stared at her eyes. With his super intuitive ability, he even made predictions in advance before Smaug's attack. A horizontal leap made him perfectly avoid the howling smoke punch. With the help of the dodging inertia, Kyle quickly opened the distance from Smaug. Smaug frowned. The attack was avoided and it was nothing to him. But he obviously saw that Kyle had already made a prediction of dodging before he attacked. This is a bit intriguing. Could it be that some of the pirates in the East China Sea have begun to practice demineeringness? This is not a good thing for him, the commander who guards Roger Town. After all, a large part of his ability to achieve such a reputation is due to the ability to elementalize natural fruits. Smaug's eyes suddenly became dangerous. His mind moved slightly, and he activated the ability of the smoke fruit again, and a large amount of white smoke gushed out from his waist. By man! With the help of the impact of the smoke, his upper body rushed towards Kyle quickly. But at this moment, bang! Amid the smoke and dust, a fire suddenly exploded. Smaug's face changed, and his body, which had originally sprinted, suddenly paused. On the other side, Kyle, who had just released an empty gun in the sky, slowly lowered the gun and pointed the gun at the sack he placed in front of him. He said slowly, "Hey tilde hey tilde hey tilde hey tilde. It's so terrible tilde. Is this the navy of Roger Town? It's really unreasonable tilde. Since that's the case, don't blame me for using some dirty tricks." While speaking, Kyle smiled evilly and let go of the sack. In the way of wrapping his waist, he hugged the sleeping Dasky tightly in front of him. And the musket that had already opened its safety was also facing her head. "Don't act rashly tilde Colonel Smaug. I guess you don't want your subordinates to pass away at such a young age. What are you going to do? Put down the gun." Smaug's eyes were blood red and he shouted loudly. Tisk 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 tisk. This is not like the tone that a threatened person should have. Kyle shook his head gently and shook the musket in his hand. The meaning of threat is self-evident. What are you going to do? For a moment, Smaug also lost his composure. Seeing that the threat was successful, Kyle showed a villain's face and said sarcastically, "Ha ha ha. That's right, Colonel Smaug." The next second, his tone sank and he put forward his own conditions. "Let us leave here. I can guarantee that I won't do anything to this girl, and even in time, you will have the possibility of meeting again." "Impossible!" Smaug shouted. "You must let Dashi go first." Bang! A gunshot suddenly came out, scaring Smaug to his cardiac arrest. Kyle pulled up Dasky's collar and directly pressed the gun against her snow-white neck. "Do you think I'm playing house? Navy? Or, believe my promise? Or, I'll die here with this chick. Oh tilde sorry, I forgot. According to your law, even if I kill people and set fires, I will do everything wrong. It seems that as long as I choose to surrender, you will have the right to arrest me, and you will not have the right to execute me." Kyle's brows sank and his smile became more and more crazy. "That is to say, even if I kill this chick, I may just be serving my sentence in prison in the end. Hey, what a wonderful law. Damn it. Kyle's words are every word. Smaug clenched his fists and his eyes were red. "If you dare to hurt Dasky's hair, I will definitely make you regret coming to this world. Oh tilde, do you still have to be stubborn?" Kyle laughed sarcastically. "Is this only the elite Navy trained by the Navy headquarters? You?" Smaug continued to be furious. "But when I saw the musket pointing at Dasky, I didn't dare to act rashly." After a while, he suddenly sprayed a wave of smoke from his nose, but he still waved his hand to dissipate the smoke screen, and then turned his body unwillingly. Chapter 11. You don't even want to call me Teacher Kai. Be good tilde. That's right. The smoke screen that blocked the public's vision slowly dissipated. The sailors and the people at the port haven't even reacted to what happened. I saw a young man with a handsome face and handsome talent slowly walked out of the smoke. It was just when they saw the girl in the man's arms with a gun pressed against his head. Only then did they deeply realize what it means to behave like a person. That's Chief Dasky of the naval base. Among the crowd, someone soon recognized Dasky's identity and exclaimed in surprise. What's going on? Sir Dasky, why has she been taken hostage by someone? Seeing this scene, an uproar immediately broke out in the port. At this moment, Smog's figure also slowly walked out of the smoke screen. He and Kyle, one moved forward and the other retreated, but gradually approached the edge of the port. Waves of waves were still struggling to hit the shore of the port without hesitation, making a stirring sound. There was no influence of the tense atmosphere here at all. When he arrived under the Tiga ship, Kyle saw that he had entered Tiga's ability, and his tense nerves could finally relax a little. He raised his head, raised his mouth slightly, and looked at Smog. Okay, Colonel Smoger. It's enough to deliver it here, but it's a bit rude to continue delivering it. It's time for us to say goodbye. Kyle held Dashy's arm, like a control doll, waved at Smog, and made a farewell move. Smog, who was so angry that he was almost biting his teeth, saw this, and his face turned pale in an instant. Behind him, the curling smoke continued to surge, turning into an invisible aura, spreading around. He did not really give up saving Dasky. Smog is waiting. The moment he was waiting for Kyle to board the boat. As long as the other party reveals some flaws, his smoke can instantly isolate Kyle and Dasky. Without the hostage Dasky, that bastard would definitely not be able to escape from his palm. Smog was secretly ruthless in his heart. However, just as he was fully focused, a sneer suddenly came from Kyle. I said, Colonel Smog tilde. I should have told you that I am allergic to secondhand smoke, right? You actually dare to use the smoke to test me with great courage. No, you want to wait until I board the boat and take the opportunity to save this cute little girl. Ha 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 ha. Do you think I will give you that opportunity? With its super intuitive keen perception ability, even the colorless, odorless and invisible air flow cannot escape Kyle's perception. Not to mention the smoke composed of tiny particles. Smoger's every move was already under his control. He just wanted to be able to reach Tiga's ability as soon as possible, and did not say just where it. After a crazy laugh, Kyle's eyes exuded a disdainful sarcasm. As a colleague from the Navy, he planned to teach Smog the last lesson before leaving. Seeing Smog's expression of remorse after being exposed, Kyle continued to add fuel to the fire. When I knew there were hostages in my hands, I still chose such a gorgeous appearance. Are you afraid that I don't know if someone comes to arrest me? If you use your fruit ability to conduct a survey in advance and set traps secretly, you won't be like this. I really don't know why the Navy headquarters chose a guy like you to guard the East China Sea. Smoger, you are so proud. Tilde. For no reason, a sudden wind blew up, forming a roaring tornado that came to Kyle's feet. Under the storm, Kyle, holding Dashy, slowly took off and landed steadily at the stern. From beginning to end, his gun never left Dasky's head. You are a capable person. Looking at Kyle who was in the air, Smog instantly widened his eyes and became stunned. This sudden change was obviously beyond Smog's expectations. But the moment Kyle boarded the Tiga, this self-conscious ship had already begun to sail towards the sea. A black skeleton flag rose slowly from the mast at this time, allowing everyone to clearly see the beautiful character that belongs to the pirate. Stepping on the bar with one foot, Kyle looked down at the port of Roger Town, and said in a warning tone. The East China Sea is not a gathering place for the weak, but the birthplace of miracles. If you still have this attitude, I suggest you go back to your Navy headquarters and feel at ease to find a civilian job. Fighting and killing is really not suitable for you. By the way, this is the last lesson today. Kyle suddenly took out his gun and aimed at Smoger's shoulder with a super intuition. Bang! Heavy gunfire sounded. This is the third bullet fired by this gun today. Although its appearance is no different from ordinary muskets. But with the strengthening of the naval scientific research force, the practical value of this gun is even far beyond that of the good fast sword Hanshuang. Because this gun was originally developed by the Navy to deal with the monsters in the second half of the Great Route. The spiral bullet instantly came out of the cavity, like a pitch-black ray, which pierced directly into Smog's left shoulder before everyone could react. Poochie. Scarlet blood rays sputtered out. Smoger widened his eyes and looked at his shoulders that were bleeding from blood in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Smoger, relying too much on fruit abilities is not a good phenomenon. Remember my name is Kyle. I am the captain of the Twilight Pirates and the man destined to become the king of the world. Let's see you again if we are destined. Get out of class ended. Kyle laughed, hugged Dashi's slender body, and hid in the cabin. It's so exciting. Tilda. A terrifying storm suddenly surged in the com port. Under the storm, the speed of the Tiga increased a lot out of thin air, and it sailed away from Roger Town at an incredible speed. Only a messy port was left. More than 10 minutes later, a naval force gathered urgently ran to the port in panic and suddenly saw Smog sitting on a box with his eyes dazed. Call, Smog. The leading naval chief ran over and stood up straight and saluted. The next second, he noticed the blood marks on Smog's left shoulder. The Navy chief was shocked. Call, Smoger, you are injured. He quickly called out loudly. Medical soldier, come. However, Smog reached out to stop the exclaiming Navy and snorted coldly. No. As he spoke, he pulled off the collar of his shoulders, revealing a scabbed scar. Although Halushi's bullet penetrated his body, fortunately the bullet did not hit the critical position, but only caused a little flesh injury. With his physical strength, the wound will recover as before in a few days. What really made him sit here frown? He actually lost a capable assistant. Dasky was brought to the East China Sea from the Navy headquarters. As a result, he was stolen under his nose. For a moment, Smog felt ashamed. I even began to think about whether I was really not suitable for the work of guarding the naval base. More importantly, recalling the words Kyle said before and after boarding the ship, the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was reasonable. Even his hatred for Kyle was exhausted a lot. If he was less arrogant and more cautious in his behavior, maybe Dasky. Bang. Suddenly. The silent Smog suddenly made a big fight for himself, which scared the Navy beside him. Damn it, what am I thinking? He suddenly stood up, dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind, and ordered the Navy soldiers. Prepare the warship immediately. Go ahead at full speed and chase the pirate ship just now. In addition, send messages to the Navy headquarters and ask them to create new reward orders. Quote. Captain of the Pirates at Dusk, Kyle. A person suspected of using fruit abilities related to wind power has a Halu stone pistol, which is insidious and cunning, and has unknown specific combat power. Crime. Making a big fuss at the port of Roger Town, kidnapping naval cadres, and Tilda. Smoger took a deep breath, looked at the wound on his left shoulder, and said in a deep voice. Injure Colonel Smog, the Navy headquarters, and then escape unscathed. Chapter 12 Congratulations, the operation is very successful. It seems that I have already thrown away the pursuers. Under the night. The bright moonlight scattered from the sky covered the calm sea with a layer of silver gauze. The Tiga, which had been sailing for a day, slowly docked on the coast of a small uninhabited island that did not exist on the map. Inside the captain. Through the exquisite round window, Kyle looked at the quiet night sky and the sea, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It's really okay. We actually dispatched 5 warships at once to capture us. It seems that Smog has invested a lot this time. Sadly. Just relying on the old, weak, sick and disabled warships in the East China Sea, it would be a bit too whimsical to catch up with the Tiga, which is moving towards the wind. Ha ha ha. Kyle let out a hearty laugh, and then he picked up a bottle of sweet drinks made from unknown things, raised his glass opposite the desk and said. Thank you for your hard work, the best helmet in the world, little Tiga. Opposite the desk, little Tiga was sitting on a high-legged seat, her calves hanging down in the air, swinging back and forth. Seeing Kyle raising his glass, he quickly picked up the drink in front of him with his two little hands and clinked the glass happily with the captain. Although he could not feel the taste of food and drinks, he liked this way of behavior that only humans could have. It won't be hard to help Captain Kyle. Little Tiga, who had been busy all day, smiled happily while waving the straw. And not far from the desk, Dasky, who was tied up, was still in a coma at this time, lying on Kyle's bed, sleeping soundly. After all, he was a future crew member, and Kyle gave up his small bed very well. This kind little girl, without knowing that she had arrived at an island hundreds of kilometers away from Roger Town without knowing that she had arrived. Just seeing Dasky occupy his small bed for a day but not awake at all, Kyle knew. I am afraid that I can only make do with this sofa for one night today. This ghost drug has such a good effect. It seems that the owner of that shop at least has no false publicity. Although the sofa may not be as comfortable as the bed when sleeping. Fortunately, Kyle has a recovery buff in the captain's room, which will not affect his actual physiological needs. After the Tiga was upgraded to a level 1 ship, the facilities mall in the dock system naturally opened to Kyle. At this time, this captain's room was no longer an ordinary room. It's a magical place with its own recovery of buff. In Kyle's words, this is the spring water of a pirate group that cannot be resurrected. Open black lens bracket facilities, captain's room close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0/5 close black lens bracket. Introduction. It symbolizes the highest point of the rights of the entire ship and is a necessary facility. Close black lens bracket. Effect. In sleep state, you can restore 10% of your physical strength and 10% of your energy every hour, and you will have a small storage space. Close black lens bracket. The above is the property panel of the captain's room where Kyle and others are located at this time. The captain's room with only level 1 is not very gorgeous. It just has a set of office desks and chairs, a safe with small space storage capabilities, an ordinary single bed, and a long sofa. A few small pieces of furniture made up this magical room. In this room, no matter how tired your body and spirit are, as long as you sleep in this room, you will immediately become lively. And this is all the content Kyle bought for 500,000 Bailey. In the facilities mall, all facilities are divided into 2 categories. One category is functional facilities. For example, a training room that allows the character panel partners to gain experience. A rudder operating platform that can increase the speed of ship movement. A drawing room that can automatically draw maps through the movement of the ship. These functional facilities are like the captain's room, with certain special abilities. But at the same time, the price of such facilities will be higher. The price of each functional facility is 500 W Bailey. If you want to upgrade the facilities later, you will have to spend a separate Bailey. And these Baileys will only be included in the experience column of the facilities and will not affect the hull itself. To upgrade the hull, you also need to consume extra Bailey. From here we can see that this so-called dock system is completely a big money-eating player. And the second type of facilities illuminated Kyle. This type of facility is called creation-type facilities. There are plantations that can grow crops, livestock farms that can breed poultry and livestock, aquariums that can breed aquatic products, and automated factories that can screw screws. These facilities have no fixed prices, and are priced based on the size of the required space. These creative facilities are simply a site Kyle's heart beats, and his DNA is boiling. It's a pity that the number of pirates is limited now and there are no good projects. Even if he purchased these facilities, he could not operate them. What's more, the ship level is not high now, and the facilities that can be loaded are limited. One of them was also forcibly occupied by the captain's office that had to be bought first. He must also seriously consider the choice of the remaining 2 facilities. No words all night. A new dawn rose from the horizon, shining on the sea level, rippling with layers of golden waves. Dasky, who had been sleeping all day, felt the warmth of the sun, and her closed eyes trembled slightly. Yet tilde. With a tender moan, she stretched her body lazily on Kyle's bed. A feeling of comfort that I had never felt before gushed out of her dantian. This is the ultimate effect brought by the recovery function of the captain's room, which can make people have a perfect sleep every night. Is it already morning? After reaching out to cover the sunshine shining on his eyes, Dasky finally felt willing to open his eyes. But what caught my eye was a strange ceiling. Where am I? The confused girl asked a question. The next second, Dasky, who realized something was wrong, quickly sat up from the bed. At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly opened. Squeak. Are you awake? Under the morning light, Kyle's figure appeared outside the door and walked into the room. Congratulations, the operation was very successful. You are now a girl, he said with a smile. What? How is that possible? Dasky was shocked. She subconsciously raised her hand and touched her weakness, feeling the softness of this girl alone, and she suddenly woke up in a confused state. Etc. I wasn't a girl at first. Huff tilde. A hint of blush suddenly rushed up to Dasky's face, making her look like a ripe apple. Dasky quickly put down his hands and carried it behind him at a loss. Then she raised her head, looked at Kyle who was laughing, and immediately said angrily. But damn it, you can't play girls like this. Wait a moment, why do you look familiar? The sleeping memories are slowly awakened. Dasky's eyes suddenly became surprised. I remembered it. You are the one who sells knives. After recalling his experience before he fell into a coma, an angry burst out from the ignorant girl's eyes. You dare to use your famous sword to frame me. What are you? What is your intention? While speaking, Dasky supported himself with one hand and jumped off the bed with a firm hand. But when she reached her hand to her waist, she was shocked to find that her Xiaoyi Xiu was not by her side. Without a love knife companion, her combat effectiveness will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. However, Kyle, who walked into the room, completely ignored Dasky's actions. He held the dining plate and put his breakfast on his desk. Immediately smiled at Dasky. Don't be nervous, Dasky-sao, the test is over. Sadly, you didn't pass the test. Test? What test? Dasky, who was kidnapped outside of this, was stunned by Kyle's words and immediately asked. But Kyle did not answer her doubts. Instead, he ate breakfast on his own and shouted to the void. Tiga, please bring another breakfast. Our Miss Dashi has woken up. Chapter 13, Fraud, then fraud tilde. Dasky, who was confused, sat in a high chair and ate breakfast with Kyle bite at a time. The breakfast is actually very simple, far less nutritious than the nutritional breakfast in the Navy base canteen. There is only one quick sandwich, and a cup of hot milk. But this is the most impressive breakfast Dasky has had in recent years. She looked at Tiga, who teleported from time to time, and her whole little face was filled with surprise. After breakfast, she couldn't resist the doubts in her heart and looked at Kyle curiously. Who are you? Besides, what do you mean by the test you mentioned before? Quote. Kyle took out a napkin, wiped his mouth with residue, and said in a tone of gouging. Testing, naturally, is literal. Maybe you don't know what happened yesterday, right? While speaking, Kyle took out a fresh newspaper from under the table. This is the East China Sea Daily. Although it is not as authoritative as the World Economic News, it is also one of the sources of information people obtain on a daily basis. Dasky frowned slightly and picked up the newspaper on the table in confusion. On the first page of the newspaper, a black and bold news title suddenly came into view. Open black lens bracket shocked. Pirates were rampant, and they attacked the naval base in Rogertown in broad daylight and kidnapped the beautiful girl's navy. Close black lens bracket. Directly below the title is a picture of a related event. In the picture, Kyle, standing under the Tiga ship, pressed his muzzle against the sleeping girl's head, shot his eyes in murderous intent, and his face was like ice, a typical image of a gangster. On the other side of him, Navy Colonel Smog, who was confronting Kyle, had his eyes full of anger. I have to say, The reporters and paparazzi in the pirate world are really outrageous, and they can even be described as omnipresent. The shooting angle of this photo is absolutely good. The central figure of the incident not only highlights the situation, but also expresses the urgency of the situation at that time through the expressions of the civilians at the scene. Even if Kyle saw it, he couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. If the Navy's intelligence personnel have this level, why worry about the difficulty of building intelligence agencies? In the report, Kyle's criminal record yesterday was introduced in detail. From how he deceived the Navy soldiers, fished out Dasky with a famous knife, and then threatened the Navy to let him go with Dasky's life at the port. Strangely, the whole report is very fair and just, and does not favor either side. Even Kyle's ridicule to Smoger when he left was written on it in detail. Kyle speculated that this may be because a large part of the newspaper's customers are pirates, so the newspaper's articles have always been based on recording facts. In just a few minutes, Dasky seemed to have experienced some life changes. After putting down the newspaper, her eyes were all distracted. What's going on? Obviously, this is a test. Opposite the desk, Kyle looked solemn. While answering Dusky's doubts, he stood up and reached out to Dusky. Introduce yourself. I am an agent of the exclusive intelligence agency of the Navy Marshal and is currently responsible for the intelligence work in the East China Sea. To be honest, I'm very disappointed by your performance. I didn't even use any force from the whole test to the end. But you, who have the important task of preventing pirates from entering the Great Route, have been disintegrated so easily, and even lost the base personnel. If you guard the East China Sea like this, I have reason to suspect that you have been relaxing in your mission and responsibilities. Kyle's tone became heavier and heavier, and a suffocating and oppressive feeling came to Dasky. But we really intercepted a lot of pirates. As if shocked by Kyle's temperament, Dasky really believed what Kyle said and couldn't help but stand up to defend Smog and Roger's navy. After all, they really worked hard. Since they arrived in the East China Sea, I don't know how many pirate groups they have lost. But when Kyle heard this, he shook his head. The effort to go wrong is to add sugar poison. You don't realize the seriousness of the problem. Even if the miscellaneous fish pirates you caught put them in a great route, their final outcome is just a sunken corpse at the bottom of the sea. And those who can escape your investigation have more sufficient preparation and insight after seeing the real power. Those who enter the Great Route are the real headaches for the Navy and the government. You have become accomplices of the pirates and helped the pirates screen out the real elites. Is this your efforts all the time? Kyle slapped the table with both hands and suddenly shouted at Dasky. This. How so? Pooh. The frightened Dasky sat on the chair, and her eyes completely lost its luster. Seeing this scene, Kyle's mouth immediately raised slightly, but it was quickly covered up by him. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will know that what Kyle said is simply sophistry. Although the existence of Smog and Roger Town Navy does have some effect on screening elites, the situation would only get worse without them. Not to mention the pirates of the Great Way, even the civilians in Roger Town, don't think about having a peaceful life. However, in order to allow Dasky to board the ship willingly and become a member of the Twilight Pirates, he could only use this method to break Dasky's inner defense. After all, he is still young. At this time, Dasky, both his knowledge and courage, was far inferior to the female swordsman who had experienced great storms and waves 3 years later. Seeing that she had begun to reflect on her mistakes, Kyle knew that the mouth-hiding process was almost done. If you continue, it wouldn't be wonderful if you really create any psychological shadow on the little girl. Ahem. He cleared his throat and saw Dasky's gaze coming. He immediately said seriously. Of course, although your methods may be wrong, your righteous heart is unquestionable. You are all the pillars of the Navy's future. So, in order to make you better, I decided to apply to the Marshal to make some job transfers for you. It's considered a punishment, but also a spur. While speaking, Kyle took out the phone bug he brought out from Marinfando from the safe in front of Dasky. He brought out 2 groups of phone bugs in total. One group is used to contact his second uncle Kizaru. One group can be directly contacted with the Marshal of the Warring States period. This time, what he took out was the group of Marshals of the Warring States period. 2 phone worms, one big and one small, were placed on the desktop. One of the big ones is for contact, while the small ones are for preventing eavesdropping. Under Dasky's gaze, Kyle picked up the electricity the handset of the worm. A busy voice came from over there. After a long time, a click sounded. In an instant, the phone worm's expression immediately changed, and she made a serious expression with a glance under her mouth. Hey, is that Kyle? As soon as the phone was connected, it was not Kyle who was excited first, but Dasky who was stunned. She immediately heard it. That voice is the voice of the Marshal of the Army. Although she only heard it once during the boot camp, she would not remember the voice wrongly. In an instant, she immediately held her breath and did not dare to make too loud noises. Seeing this, Kyle smiled in his heart. Dasky's state at this time was exactly what he wanted to see. It's me, Marshal. Kyle began to answer seriously. Over there, the Warring States Marshal seemed to be puzzled why Kyle called and asked. Is there something wrong with it, Kyle? Kyle pondered and replied. Some problems indeed arise. Without waiting for the Warring States period to question, he continued. Marshal, didn't you want me to investigate the information about the underground weapons dealers in the East China Sea before? I have some things to report to you about this. You say. The steady voice of the Warring States period came. Kyle nodded to the void and then said. Don't you know if you know what happened in Roger Town, Donghai yesterday? Raj Town. Hearing this special city, the Warring States period was obviously stunned for a moment, and then said. Well, there is some turmoil in the New World recently, so I have been busy with the matters over there. Is something happening in Roger Town? After all, he is the Marshal who controls the entire world's navy. If he had to understand every incident caused by a small pirate, he would have been exhausted in this position long ago. So he really doesn't know much about Kyle's actions yesterday. Something happened indeed. Kyle's attitude towards the Warring States was expected. Yesterday afternoon, I hijacked the adjutant of the naval base of Roger Town in the name of the Twilight Pirates. Oh. The Warring States period chanted softly, but did not say much. He believed that Kyle must have his reasons for taking such actions. Next, Kyle explained. After coming to the East China Sea, I thought about the information you gave carefully. Especially, the key research was made on the incident of a shell piercing a naval warship. The final conclusion I came to was. We have a serious problem with our naval force in the East China Sea. Chapter 14, Furious. Is there something wrong with the Navy? How can I see it? On the other side of the phone bug, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Inside the captain's room, Kyle organized the language a little and immediately said. First of all, according to the information I investigated, there have been nearly 10 years in the East China Sea and no outstanding naval soldiers have been born. Although the East China Sea has always been the title of the weakest sea, I don't believe that it will be really weak to be able to give birth to areas like One Piece Roger and Lieutenant General Cap. The pirate power is weak because when One Piece King Roger was executed, the Navy spent a lot of effort to launch a devastating blow to the pirate foundations in the East China Sea. So since then, it's hard for the pirates who walked out of the East China Sea to see any famous and powerful man. But. Kyle's tone suddenly stopped and there was a huge turn. The voice also became low, making people subconsciously think that he was about to say heavy words. 20 years ago, the Navy only attacked pirate forces, but why is it rare to see even excellent naval talents now? There was a silence from the phone bug. But if you listen carefully, it is not difficult to hear the gradually heavier breathing in the silence. Continue to say. The phone worm, which imitated the Warring States expression, also became awe-inspiring. Obviously, Kyle's words made him realize the seriousness of the problem. This problem is many times more serious than a mysterious organization that sells weapons. Seeing that the Warring States period had been mobilized, Kyle got to the point this time and whispered. I suspect that someone deliberately cut off the path of young people who really want to contribute to the Navy and the people. I was thinking after coming to the East China Sea. The shells that can be sold in the East China Sea pirate circle will definitely not be too expensive. Those guys who sell shells cannot be doing charity and don't make a penny. So how powerful can such a shell have? The new warship at the Navy headquarters has now adopted the latest military materials from the scientific research team, and even the impact of the Neptune cannot hurt it at all. Really speaking, even if the warships in the East China Sea area cannot be compared with those top-level warships, they should not be inferior to ordinary civilian ships. Can't it be that the scientists in the Naval Scientific Research Team's research results day and night are not as good as those unknown people in the East China Sea? This is obviously impossible. So I think the problem lies in the information you gave me. Kelton, after a pause, he explained. Of course, I'm not saying that the information you gave was wrong, but obviously the guy who reported the situation did not conduct a comprehensive investigation. I think powerful shells are real, and damage to warships is also real, but damaged warships may not be the warships we understand. The Warring States period pondered. What do you mean is that someone uses the money to buy naval warships to buy ordinary civilian ships, and then get a full bag? That's it, Lord Marshal. Kyle said solemnly. The subsidy cost of a standard naval warship is often 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary ship. And the difference is enough to make people take risks. In the past 20 years, the East China Sea Navy does not have to continuously upgrade its weapons and create more warships like other regions to curb the pirates. But the subsidy they received is not much different from other areas. Over time, people will naturally become interested in the spare money. Human nature is greedy. The pirates in the East China Sea have been calm for 20 years, and the Navy has also suppressed the pirates for 20 years. Without the danger of pirates, those guys who control force and power will become new dangers. Considering that collusion between officials and bandits has existed since ancient times. There may even be some navy, which will unite with pirates, oppress the people, deceive superiors and subordinates, and become local emperors. At the same time, in order not to let their situation be discovered, they will design and frame those truly talented and responsible naval soldiers. After all, the casualties of the East China Sea Navy are not much easier than other places. After listening to Kyle's report, the Warring States period suddenly became silent. He didn't think about some things, but he didn't expect that the situation would develop so seriously. This is common in any world. Of course, what surprised him even more was Kyle, who had just arrived in the East China Sea, was able to think of so many things from a little bit of information. Originally, he was just optimistic about Kyle's life experience and confirmed that he was the one who could use it with confidence. I didn't expect that he could bring such a big surprise to himself. The Warring States period took the initiative to inquire, "What do you think should you do next?" Kyle dragged his voice and looked like he was thinking. At present, I don't have an accurate goal. After all, this is just my guess. But I plan to select several naval bases in the East China Sea in the name of the Twilight Pirates. I made such a big noise in Roger Town, and my name should have spread throughout the East China Sea at this time. No one will doubt my identity as a pirate. From the attitudes of those naval bases towards pirates, we can see who is doing things sincerely and who is taking advantage of the troubled waters. I don't think there is a more appropriate way than this. The Navy headquarters, the Warring States period, sitting in the office, nodded affirmatively. Well, this method is indeed good. Immediately he pounded the table and said to the phone worm. Okay, then that's the decision. Agent Cell, the previous mission will be cancelled. Next, you will investigate the corruption of the East China Sea Navy. If you have any needs, you can just ask me. The Navy headquarters will always be your most solid backing. I'll feel relieved if you say this. Kyle grinned, and after hesitating for a moment, he said with disbelief. But when it comes to support, I do have some small requests. But it's okay. The Warring States period hand was waved on the marshal's chair. Since he has determined that Kyle is a malleable talent, he will naturally not be stingy. Soon, Kyle made his own demands. I need your license. Since you want to pretend to be a pirate, the pirates in the dusk will definitely recruit some guys who want to become a pirate or even themselves. In order to facilitate the execution of subsequent tasks, I hope to obtain a certain right to pardon and even the qualification to recruit naval soldiers. Let these people work with me with peace of mind without any worries. Kyle's idea is very simple. He has a general and second uncle, so naturally he doesn't have to worry too much. But the crew members of his future will not be able to bear the identity of a pirate for the rest of their lives. No matter how you say it, you have to make a compilation for them. Hearing Kyle's request, Warring States pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Yes, this is indeed a very practical question, and I agree with your request. If they contributed great enough to the Navy, I would even award it a certain rank. I will discuss with General He specifically how to calculate your merits. That would be great. Kyle replied with a smile. He was not surprised by the Warring States period's answer. After watching the anime, you will know that in the world of pirates, the boundary between the Navy and pirates is actually very flexible. As long as the means are appropriate, pirates can also be a navy. Taking advantage of the victory, Kyle began to make his second request. There is another point, Lord Marshal. The luck of the pirates, the bank needs funds, but we are not real pirates after all, and it is impossible for us to rob the civilians. Quote. So I hope the Marshal will approve it if we investigate some naval bases that have the phenomena I mentioned before. Allow me to rob the naval base to expand the financial reserves of the pirates. In this way, it will supplement the pirates' funds and expand the reputation of the pirates, allowing the Twilight Pirates to have more reputation in the underground world. Kyle, who has a gold-swallowing system, has an extremely eager desire for money. If he directly asks the Navy for money, he always has some constraints, so he plans to turn passive into active. Anyway, it was all the money from corruption, and he believed that the Warring States period would not refuse. Sure enough, after hesitating for a while, the Warring States period immediately agreed to Kyle's second request. This right is not bad. After all, no one can guarantee that he will always be pure and clean. But fortunately, Kyle has a general and second uncle as a guarantee. Thank you, Lord Marshal, for your trust. I have one last request. Kyle finally turned his gaze to Dasky, who was completely in a state of stagnation on the opposite side, and smiled slightly. Didn't I kidnap the Navy and Roger before? I'm now being chased by Colonel Smoger and Roger. Actually, this is part of my plan. Of course this is not part of his plan. If possible, Kyle really wants to secretly kidnap Dashi. But since things have come to this point, he had to follow the trend. That's it. After all, the pirates in the Twilight are pirates, and they can only be tested and punished, but the subsequent investigation and sorting work still requires manpower. So I deliberately provoked Colonel Smoger and gave him a reason to go out to sea to pursue me. In this case, if I investigate what the situation is, I can directly ask Colonel Smog to search and arrest those who are embezzled and accept bribes in the name of the Navy. Although Colonel Smoger is strong and righteous, he is too proud of his personality. I just can take this opportunity to let him see what kind of life the East China Sea Navy is under his supervision. I believe that this journey will definitely make him remember it fresh. Smoger, I didn't expect you to think so thoughtful. The Warring States period said in a deep voice. I sent him to the East China Sea in the hope that he could change his faults. He really needs to really go out and have a walk. It seems that you are really suitable for this job to be considered so comprehensively, Kyle. Thank you for your praise. Kyle smiled, as if he was careless, and suddenly mentioned. Oh, by the way, sir. When it comes to Roger Town, the kidnapped Navy is now by my side, but she already knows my identity. So I thought, it would be better to let her become a member of the Twilight Pirates and do everything with me to do intelligence. Do you think this is okay? The long map of Yan State finally came to an end at this moment. This is what Kyle planned to join the pirates that Dasky absolutely cannot refuse. With the mouth of the Navy Marshal, he personally issued an order to become a pirate. You already know your identity. The Warring States period spoke in confusion, and was a little confused. Kyle, who was smart, made such a low-level mistake. But now that things have come to this point, he has nothing to say. It is undoubtedly a dangerous thing to let someone who knows Kyle's true identity expose it. Even if that person is the Navy. The Warring States period ordered, let that soldier come and answer the phone. Okay. Kyle smiled badly and reached out and handed the receiver directly over. Dasky, Marshall has something to say to you. Hello. From the earpiece, the greetings from the Warring States Marshal suddenly came. Dasky's pupils, who were still in a daze, suddenly shrank. She was confused and didn't expect that the Marshal would suddenly talk to her. She stood up in panic and saluted the phone bug. You hello, Lord Marshal. When the Warring States period heard the voice of a girl from the phone worm, he was suddenly stunned. But when he thought of something, a light of gossip flashed in his eyes. Could this kid Kyle be? My gossip heart suddenly began to jump. Warring States period coughed lightly and said to the microphone. You should have heard the conversation between me and Kyle just now, right? Listen, I heard. Dasky answered cowardly. The Warring States period nodded and asked. Since that's the case, I wonder if you are willing to join the Navy's spy agency and help Kyle complete the mission. The ignorant Dasky had not yet reacted to what was going on, and her tone was a little hesitant. And at this moment, Kyle suddenly coughed lightly, leaned over to his ear, and whispered. The intelligence work pays great attention to confidentiality. You have known my identity now. If you refuse, we will find it difficult to do the follow-up work. After giving a threatening look, Kyle slowly recovered again. He showed a kind smile on his face. But the smile fell into Dasky's eyes, but it looked like a devil's smile no matter how she looked. Although Kyle didn't say anything, Dasky's mind unconsciously showed a picture of himself tied tightly and ravaging him with a rope after he refused. In an instant, a layer of cold sweat suddenly emerged from Dasky's forehead. She immediately choked and said with a little crying. To-do. Chapter 15 Partner System opens. Welcome to join, Dasky Sao. Oh no. It's the pirate Dasky. After releasing the phone call with the Warring States period, Kyle immediately extended a welcome hand to the pitiful Dasky, and welcomed the female swordsman who was finally deceived by him. The at a loss girl stood there in a daze for a long time, then she stretched out her hand and held it with Kyle as if she had recognized the reality. Please give me some advice, Captain Kyle. Hey. After successfully fooling the first crew member, Kyle immediately clicked on the system backpack and his consciousness was concentrated on Rukia's character card. The next second, an exciting pop-up suddenly jumped out. A crew member that meets the requirements was detected. Is the character card, Rukia Kuchiki. Close black lens bracket. Below, there are options for yes and no. Obviously. Now Dasky has passed the system's approval and can load templates. However, Kyle was not in a hurry to load her character card immediately. After shaking hands with Dasky, he took her to the deck. At this time, the sun had just risen and the tides of the sea were rising and falling. The stacked waves rolled out golden waves under the sunlight. The salty sea breeze blows. Kyle and Dasky are alone, widowed, and they live together. Looking at the sea in the distance, Kyle was like a senior, saying to him with his back. Dasky, since you have joined my Twilight Pirates, then from now on, we will be a family. According to the practice of pirates, we should have held a welcome party for you. However, considering that the conditions are limited now, your welcome banquet can only be postponed for the time being. I don't care. Actually, it doesn't matter if I don't hold any welcome banquet. Dasky, who had retrieved the love knife, hugged Xiaoyi Xiu tightly and said timidly. After knowing that Kyle's true identity was a naval agent, she no longer cared about Kyle's deceiving her. Instead, she was afraid that Kyle would become dissatisfied with her because of her poor performance before. What is scary comes from. Just as Dasky's voice fell, Kyle, who had been looking at the sea, suddenly let out a roar. How can that work? Kyle turned around, showed a pointed look at Dasky, and then said, "Since you have chosen to become a pirate, you must abide by the rules of the pirate. From today on, forget about the bad habits you have developed in the Navy, don't be polite to everyone, and show the majesty of our pirates." But. Dasky raised his hand cutely and asked, "Aren't we pirates disguised as Navy? Is it necessary to do that?" "Nonsense." Kyle was angry again and pounded the ship's bar. "What do you think a spy is? Can we pretend to be a couple and then play house games with a child?" Tiga, who happened to appear, paused and always felt that he was not the time to appear. Sorry. I know I'm wrong." Dasky was yelled and immediately bowed and apologized. "Don't bend over." Kyle reached out and grabbed her wrist and pulled her body up. "Remember, from today on, you are a pirate. You have to be like the guys you caught. Rampantness and arrogance are your true nature. Greed and desire are your synonyms. Even if you see your former commander and colleagues, you must show your pirate side. We are spies. We are agents. We are a group of people who are hidden in the darkness and are not understood by the world. If you don't want to affect the Navy's important plans because of your incompetence, learn how to be a pirate." "Did you hear it?" "Listen, I heard it." Highlight, "I can't hear it." "I heard it." Dasky mustered up the courage, took a big breath and answered. "Very good. Very energetic." Looking at Dasky at this moment, Kyle's face suddenly showed a satisfied smile. He did not intend to make things difficult for Dasky. The main reason is that this little girl is too kind and gentle. In countless animes and novels, there have been plots where the heroine fails in plans or tasks because she is too kind. In order to avoid such mistakes in Dasky in the future, Kyle must take the lead in giving her a vaccination. Although these things cannot be changed in just a few words, it is still a long time and he can slowly train them. Kyle patted Dasky on the shoulder. "I hope you can remember what I said today. Okay, the chat is over, and we're going to start the business next." An expectant look in Kyle's eyes flashed through. "I think it's time for you to get to know the structure of our Twilight Pirates." After the words came, Kyle waved to Tiga not far away. Seeing this, Tiga, who was watching the fun, hurriedly jogged all the way. After Kyle squatted down and leveled his height with Tiga, he immediately said with a smile, "Next, let me introduce to you another member of our pirates. The pirate ship Tiga, and its ship elves, Little Tiga." "Hello, Sister Dasky." Little Tiga raised her head and smiled at Dasky with her face covered by her hood. Ship elf. It's the legendary." Hearing Tiga's introduction, Dasky's little face suddenly showed a look of surprise. She quickly widened her eyes and looked at Tiga. Kyle smiled. "That's right, it's the legendary ship elf. And Tiga is not an ordinary ship elves. In addition to being able to control the navigation direction and speed of the ship, he also ate the storm fruit and has the ability to create storm." While speaking, Kyle looked up at the height of the sun and then said, "Tiga, the new day has begun. Going to the next island, it's time for us to do some supplies. By the way, I'll give our Navy friends some tips, don't let them lose them." "Okay, Captain." Little Tiga instantly saluted. Immediately, the figure suddenly disappeared into Dasky's eyes. Next second, a strong wind suddenly surged, blowing towards the sails of the Tiga. The sudden sailing hull scared Dasky again, causing her to sway and almost fall down. Looking at the whistling wind in the sky and feeling the hull moving forward by the waves, Dasky pushed her glasses and was completely stunned. The ship elves are originally legendary creatures. Now another ship elf with fruit ability pops up. This is really shocking. Is this the intelligence agency directly under the Navy Marshal? It's really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Because of the special nature of Little Tiga, Kyle's image in Dasky instantly became taller. But this is not the end. Because what is about to happen next will completely subvert Dasky's worldview. Just as Dasky shook his body, a big hand suddenly reached over, grabbed her arm, and helped her firmly. Kyle said with a smile. "Next, it's my self-introduction. You already know my name. Kyle, a direct agent of the Warring States Marshal, the captain of the Dusk Pirates, and is also an imaginary fruit ability. Have the power or object in fantasy into reality. Imagining the fruit is a statement that Kyle uses to explain his own system. He didn't want to hide anything from his crew. It is obvious that replacing the mysterious system with the power of the fruit will be easier to accept and understand. He smiled at Dasky and said, "Since you have become a member of our pirates, let me give you a gift from the fantasy world." The consciousness moves. Kyle instantly clicked on the pop-up button that loaded the character card. In an instant, the character card in the backpack suddenly turned into a red stream of light and flew into Dasky's body. Before Dasky could react, a strange energy gushed out of her body. At the same time, there were some memories inexplicably in her mind. Kill, fist, walk, ghost. It was something she had never heard of before, but she seemed to have experienced systematic learning and clearly understood the meaning of each. I am death. The confused Dasky looked at Kyle in order to get an answer. Unfortunately, Kyle couldn't give her an answer immediately at this time. Because he is still immersed in the system and is studying the newly opened partner system. This time, when Kyle opened the partner interface again, the picture no longer had a blank space. It is a two-image composed of Dashi and Rukia. Dashi is real, Lukia is virtual. The two of them were one in front and one behind, as if they were in the past and present lives. Next to their portrait is the attribute panel belonging to Dasky. Open black lens bracket partner, Dashi, Rukia Kuchiki close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket qualification, a close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0-100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power, 35 close black lens bracket. Next to this attribute panel, there is a qualification interface with a small half, which introduces Lukia's 4-dimensional qualifications in the form of a fan diagram. Open black lens bracket total qualification, 350 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength qualification, 60 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical qualification, 70 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket agile qualification, 100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mental qualifications, 120 close black lens bracket. The above is all the content displayed on the Dasky interface. Chapter 16 equipped with Zanpaku. I finally took this step. Looking at the two newly added system panels, Kyle was extremely excited. After all, the power of the partner is his power. As long as he spends 2500W of Bailey in the system, he can even get 20% of his partner's total combat power. Thinking of this, Kyle couldn't help but opened his own captain's panel. Open black lens bracket captain, Kyle close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience value, 25/50ths close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total combat power, 3.5 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skill, super intuition 8 close black lens bracket. The total combat power, which was originally 0, became a 3.5 with 0 and complete after Dasky successfully loaded the character panel. Seeing this value, Kyle's eyes suddenly fluttered, and he was thinking in his mind. It seems that the combat power value displayed by the system is only the power brought by a single character panel, not the overall power that the crew itself has. Based on his current strength, if he obtained the 10% combat power bonus of Dasky's overall strength, his body would definitely have a great reaction. But after just loading the character template for Dasky, although Kyle felt a warm current in his body. But that power was extremely small, and if Kyle hadn't been focused, he wouldn't have even noticed it. This is undoubtedly a little slower to make Kyle's path to becoming stronger. Fortunately, although it is indeed a little regretful that the crew members cannot obtain the strength increase, it is still within the scope of Kyle's acceptance. After all, as long as he can constantly draw out character cards, he can continue to grow without restrictions. This feeling of becoming stronger when you lie down is the most awesome part of the system. The next step should be to study how to increase your partner's combat effectiveness. Kyle's gaze returned to the partner interface again. In the corner of this interface, a word cultivation flashing with a blue light suddenly appeared in his sight. With the thought moving, another brand new interface popped out. The first thing that caught my eye was still the portrait of the combination of Dashi and Lukia's virtual and real. But this time, the properties panel on the right has disappeared. Instead, there are 3 option pages. The following are: open black lens bracket upgrade close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket weapons close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket awakening close black lens bracket. There are 3 pages in total. Kyle clicks to view them in order. First of all, the first one is the upgrade page. In this page, it seems that the experience props drawn from the gauger can be used by partners, so that they can obtain a large amount of experience value out of thin air. Kyle is not unfamiliar with this function. After all, almost every mobile game has such operations. Unfortunately, in his 11 shots, except for Rukia and Zanpakura, he only drew a bunch of uniforms, stockings and other things that had no practical value. Letting Daski wear those things not only will not improve his combat effectiveness, but may instead improve the enemy's combat effectiveness. Just forget it. But if it was just a pampering for Kyle to show it, he would be very welcome. Thinking about it carefully, the short-haired Daski, wearing a sailor suit, seems to have a sense of a first love affair. If a smooth black silk is added, if you have the chance, you may be able to wear it. The main thing is to test the strength of the E-level props. After all, they are props produced by the system. What if there is any special effect? What a high silk slim girl, I don't actually want to see it at all. After a moment of fantasy in his mind, Kyle turned off the upgrade interface and immediately opened the weapon interface. Compared with the previous system interface, this interface is extremely simple. Only in the center of the interface is there a square, and there is a green plus sign in the box. Kyle, who realized something, directly clicked on the plus sign with his mind. In an instant, an interface called Equipped Weapons popped up. In this interface, only an A-level Zanpakura shows the words, equipable. Kyle didn't think much about it and directly gave the Zanpakura equipment to Daski. At the same time, in the real world, a long knife with an ordinary style suddenly fell into Daski's hands. She blinked blankly, wondering what was going on. A wonderful sense of bond suddenly came from the long sword in her hand. Is this Zanpakura? Daski was suddenly stunned. Because she had the basic knowledge of the god of death, she immediately recognized the identity of Zanpakura. And it was also clearly felt that this Zanpakura seemed to be connected to her soul. Just as it was born from her soul, she felt a sense of familiarity with the knife. This is something that Xiaoyi Xiu, who has been with her for several years, could not do. Only. All this is really weird. It was obviously fine 1 minute ago, but suddenly, she seemed to have changed. Not only did he master a magical power called spiritual power, he also learned a move called breaking the Tao, and won a Zanpakura out of thin air. Is all this really something that the devil fruit ability can do? For the first time, Daski felt that she had read too few books, so she didn't know if Kyle was lying to her. Just at this moment, Kyle, who had closed his eyes for a long time, slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the stunned Daski, he smiled slightly. He just took a rough look at the last awakening interface. As he expected, it was an interface that he had no chance with him in a short period of time. In the awakening interface, you can make the character card awaken in different numbers according to the qualification level. Like Rukia, a Class A, you can awaken twice, namely the state of the beginning and Benkai states. Now Daski is equivalent to inheriting the power of Rukia in an ordinary state. As the level increases, you will understand some ghost moves by yourself. After awakening, she will not only gain a powerful combat power increase, but will also automatically understand the initial solution and Benkai moves mastered by Lukia. It's just that awakening requires a large number of awakening stones. The awakening stone is a B-level prop and needs to be extracted from the glider machine. Speaking of the gasket machine. Never mind. Don't mention that bad thing. Anyway, it is almost impossible for Kyle to create the awakening stone in a short period of time. Instead of having fantasies about the future, it is better to plan the present. As the saying goes, you don't see your eyes and your mind is not upset. After watching the awakening interface, Kyle directly retreated from the system. How about it, are you satisfied with the gift I gave you? Looking at Dasky, who held the Zanpakura tightly and put Xiaoyi Shiyu on his waist, Kyle smiled. Xiaoyi Shiyu, so love will disappear, right? Satisfy. Dasky nodded shyly. Just like it. Kyle smiled lightly and immediately said. The power you have now comes from another world in my fantasy, so it may be a little different from the previous familiar power system. You still need to understand this yourself. I have given you the key to opening the door of power now. It depends on you if you can go any step. Kyle patted Dasky on the shoulder with a solemn expression. A strong enough power is the guarantee for us to complete the task smoothly. Work hard and strive to become a useful person for me as soon as possible. Yes, Captain Kyle. Dasky, who had gained new abilities, held the Zanpakura and straightened his body and replied loudly to Kyle. Yeah, it's very good. Kyle nodded and glanced at Zanpakura. If you should say it, weapon, as a function that can be designed separately by the system, its effect really makes Kyle's eyes shine. This interface actually has the ability to improve partner qualifications. After equipping the A-level Zanpakura, Dasky's strength and physical agility qualifications increased by 10 points each, and his mental qualifications increased by 20 points. Now her total qualification has been increased from 350 to 400. The combat power she showed in the system also changed from 35 to 40. Certainly. This small change is actually not obvious. At least Dasky did not notice it when he was in a nervous state. But as the level increases, the importance of qualifications will inevitably be revealed. And when it comes to level. Kyle's heart moved and waved his hand to Dasky. Eel, come in with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took a step forward and walked into the cabin. Ah! Dasky was stunned for a moment. But seeing that Kyle had opened the door to the cabin, she quickly ran 2 steps and followed her captain into the cabin. For some reason, she was obviously afraid and timid about the sudden incident not long ago. But after loading the character template, she suddenly had an inexplicable trust in Kyle and became more and more a sense of belonging to the Twilight Pirates. In this regard, Dasky attributed it to her that she had adapted to the environment and changes. And in fact, all of this is actually the system that subtly reduces her loyalty to Kyle and the Twilight Pirates without changing Dasky's original intention. Nowadays, if Kyle asked Dasky to kill Smog or the common people, she might not be able to do it. But on the other hand, if someone wants to frame Kyle, she will definitely lift the knife and chop the man up as soon as possible. This is the mysterious power of the system. It is also the strongest guarantee that Kyle can recruit crew members and give them strength unscrupulously. Chapter 17 Practice Room. Leading Dashi, Kyle followed the stairs and arrived at the underground floor, below the deck. When handing over the Tiga, the shipbuilder said when introducing it. He planned that the captain's room and crew dormitory should have been on this floor. But Kyle, who owns the system, is willful and dislikes the poor underground lighting, so he sets the captain's room on the deck. Anyway, the decoration and space planning are all done by the system, so he just needs to prepare Bailey. After walking a few steps, Kyle and the others arrived at the door of an unused room. Under Dasky's curious gaze, Kyle suddenly stopped and immediately opened the dock system in his mind. After searching in the facility mall for a while, he quickly locked in a functional facility called Cultivation Room. Like Captain's Room, the price of the training room is also 500 W Bailey. And its functions are even more powerful in Kyle's opinion. This is the only way in the system that can allow partners to gain experience except using experience props. If using experience props to improve the upgrade of partners is considered Krypton Gold. The function of the practice room is the daily activities for friends to improve their level. Press the buy button to select the room in front of you. Because Kyle has put all Baileys in the captain's safe, even if he doesn't hold the money in his hand, you can still use system functions at any time. A strange wave appeared in front of Kyle and the others. In an instant. Just as illusion and reality overlap, an exquisite door banned the ordinary wooden doors before. On the door, there is a sign of Cultivation Room hanging on it. Just like Kyle's captain's room. Even though he had experienced enough strange things, Dasky still covered his mouth with a look of surprise when he saw the door in front of him change. "This FUD is going on." Kyle smiled, waved at him, and signaled. "What's the situation?" "Of course, this is because I just activated my fruit ability. There will be many such things in the future. Don't always make a fuss, as it will seem like we have never seen the world." While speaking, he put his hand on the door handle and pushed it gently. The next moment, a wide open space suddenly appeared in front of Dasky. The Level 1 training room is not big or small, about 3 or 4 basketball courts combined to be as big as that. But on the walls of the training room, there are various cultivation equipment displayed. Dumbbells that are lifting iron, grass man who is trying a sword, wooden stakes that are learning martial arts. Almost all the training equipment you can think of can be found here. Although the quality does not look very good, at least it is all about it. "Mr. Captain, maybe you were right, I have never seen the world." Dasky smacked her tongue. She had never seen such a magical scene before, and felt that after today, there might be no more things in this world, which would surprise her. The most important thing is, she was sure that the actual space of this room had definitely exceeded the size of the hull itself. After exhaling a gentle breath, Dasky followed Kyle into the training room. At the same time, Kyle also read the system introduction of the training room. Open black lens bracket facilities, training room close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0/5 close black lens bracket. Introduction. A place for training and practice will unlock more equipment and equipment as the level increases. Close black lens bracket. Effect. If a partner practices in this room, he will forcibly enter the state of efficient cultivation, be highly focused, and gain 100 experience per hour. Close black lens bracket. Current level limit. Up to 3 partners are allowed to enter the cultivation state at the same time. Each person is allowed to practice for up to 8 hours a day. Close black lens bracket. The above is all the information in the practice room. Just practice for 1 hour and you can increase your experience by 100 points. Although there are requirements for the number of people and time, its powerful effect is definitely the most cost-effective functional facility at present. None of them. This is a training room that I use my fruit ability to create specifically for you and future crew members. Kyle took Dasky to a row of wooden knife racks. These wooden knives are marked with different weights from bottom to top, which allows people to train step by step. He pulled out one of the appropriate weight wooden knives, then threw them directly to Dasky, and said to him seriously. "From today, you have to practice here for 8 hours every day, not too much but not too little. This is a training note, you can adjust it according to your own situation. But remember, this note is not allowed to be taken out of this room." "Yes." Dasky took the notes curiously and found a big red circle on it. In the red circle, the 2 big words, "Top Secret," were written. Gudong tilde. She choked subconsciously. After taking a secret glance at Kyle, seeing that he was still serious, Dasky quickly shook his head and then carefully opened the notes. What caught my eye? It is a directory of notes. 1. Armed and Domineering Cultivation Method, 1 page. 2. The Way of Practicing the Domineering and Domineering Experience, 18 pages. 3. How to Practice Iron Blocks, 25 pages. 4. Open Black Lens Bracket. Close Black Lens Bracket. This is actually a Domineering and Naval 6 style cultivation notes. Dasky suddenly widened her eyes, and a sparkling golden light bloomed in those innocent eyes. Although in the original plot, Dasky is also a good player in playing domineering a few years later. But that was because she and Smoger ate Manuli of the Straw Hat Pirates and were forcibly added to them by the Navy's merits of defeating Clockdell, thus tilting the Navy's resources towards them. In fact, not to mention Dasky, who is just Sao, even Smog, who is the colonel of the Navy headquarters, would be impossible to get this note. After all, it is one thing to be able to learn, but it is another thing to be able to teach people. This note was written by Zepha, a former Navy general and current chief instructor of the Navy School. This is naturally full of Zepha's understanding and application of domineeringness and the 6 styles. Its value is self-evident. If it weren't for the Kizaru relationship, Kyle, who had left the naval school, wouldn't have received this note. Now that this note has come to Kyle's hands, he chose to be happy alone rather than having fun. He left this note directly in the practice room for all members of the Pirates at Dusk to learn. Anyway, those who can enter the training room are people who Kyle can trust, and he doesn't need to be stingy in this regard. Only when his partners are strong can he, the captain who wins, get more profits. When watching the notes, Dasky was quickly attracted by the content in the notes, and even forgot about Kyle who was standing opposite her. Obviously, she has triggered the effect of concentration in the training room. This was a bit beyond Kyle's expectations, which led to a lot of what he had prepared for. Awesome. I'm just reading a book, but I'm actually recognized by the system as a state of cultivation. This training room is too convenient. Only. Why can't I, the captain, enjoy this convenience? Kyle let out a silent cry in his heart. When he looked at Dasky, he couldn't help but show his envious look. This bastard in the training room is fine if he doesn't give the captain experience, but he doesn't understand. But this buff that focuses on cultivation is only open to partners. Is there any other way to the king? Is there any law? The captain is also a human being and has the need for cultivation. I also want to become armed and domineering as soon as possible. Well. After complaining in his heart, Kyle, who had no other choice, had to quietly walk out of the training room without disturbing Dasky's cultivation state. By the way, he even brought the door gently. Although he can also use the equipment in the training room, there is no buff bonus anyway, so he doesn't need to stay here. What's more, he has already recorded all the contents in the notes. The intensity of the preliminary preparation training is not very high, and it is the same wherever you practice. Kyle chose to return to his captain's room and prepare to start training according to the notes. It just so happens that there is still a physical recovery buff in the captain's room. When you are tired of practicing, just take a nap and always stay in the best condition. As long as I have perseverance, where to practice is not cultivation. Chapter 18 After Level 10. Facts have proved that people really cannot respect themselves too much. Kyle's training took only more than 40 minutes and he was so tired that he lay on the ground. Huh. He gasped violently and murmured in pain. It's time to stop, it's too tired. Is it really just part of the preparation for training for an hour? This is not the preparation for domineering cultivation, it's not a killer. Even though he already had extraordinary physical fitness that was undesirable in his previous life, after a period of high-intensity training, Kyle inevitably felt physically and mentally exhausted. Especially when he was on Earth, he was the kind of guy who was considered fitness after getting a fitness card. And in the original memory, there is no memory of hard training that can empathize with him. It was really a bit difficult to suddenly ask him to undergo 40 minutes of high-intensity training. With my current physical fitness, I don't know the year of the monkey and horse month when I learned to be domineering. Train. Nothing to teach me. After recognizing himself, Kyle slowly stood up and sat at the desk with his tired body. Physical work is definitely not his strength. He still took advantage of his brain not getting drowsy and thought about how to go next. He reached out and took out a navigation chart from the drawer under the table. Next, they will go to a small town called Will to replenish supplies. By the way, it was also a sign of showing off to let Smog, who was chasing them, know their itinerary. Kyle's current plan is very simple. First wander on the sea for a while to see if you can meet some unlucky pirates, and then rob some money and treasures from them. After Dasky's level and combat effectiveness reached a certain level, they immediately set off and headed to Sheld's town. That is the town where Zoro and Luffy first met in the anime. At the same time, it is also the garrison of the 153rd branch of the Navy. Although a large part of the previous call with the Warring States period was fabricated randomly in order to gain more support. But the situation in the Navy in the East China Sea is indeed not considered honest. Just showing in the plot, a Colonel Monka from the 153 branch and a colonel of the 16 branch is enough to make Kyle report to the Warring States period. These two guys, one oppresses the people and carries out tyranny, and the other takes bribes and accepts bribes and pirates. No matter which one it is, it runs contrary to the word, justice. It just so happened that Kyle urgently needed money now, so he could only reluctantly make it difficult for the two naval colonels. It's hard to say about Monka, and it may not be too much to gain. After all, that guy is a super narcissist and doesn't have much interest in gold, silver and treasures. Although violent, he enjoys the feeling of being respected and feared. Under his rule, the people of Sheld's town just lived a terrified life, but at least their lives were quite acceptable. But Colonel Mouse. With Aaron giving it to him from time to time, Kyle speculated that he could get hundreds of millions of Bailey's stolen money from him. It's a pity. With their current strength, they have no power to fight against the dragon pirates. Everything needs to be discussed in the long run. Kyle leaned on the table and wrote his plans, his next actions and possible accidents on his notes one by one. This is his personal habit. Before doing things, he always only after you think clearly about the organization and pros and cons will you take action. Especially after coming to the pirate world, although he has the powerful backstage of his second uncle Kizaru and a cheat system. But in the sea, no one can predict what will happen in the next second. After finally traveling through time, he didn't want to be inexplicably cleared out before it even started because of his carelessness. And just between Kyle's thoughts, a mysterious warm current suddenly appeared from his body and immediately spread throughout his body. Huh. Kyle was stunned and stopped the pen in his hand. After looking at the time, he immediately realized. Have an hour passed. My thoughts flashed. The system interface emerged from his mind again. Kyle skillfully opened the partner panel and suddenly discovered that Dasky's attributes had been updated again. Open black lens bracket partner, Dashi Rukia Kuchiki close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket qualification, a close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 2 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0/120th close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power, 120 close black lens bracket. After an hour of cultivation, Dasky successfully obtained 100 points of experience rewarded by the cultivation room. Her level was also promoted from level 1 to level 2. Looking at Dasky's attribute panel, a look of joy suddenly flashed in Kyle's eyes. I just upgraded to 1 level, and my combat power increased by 80 points, twice that of my level 1 combat power. It seems that the reward for the increase in combat power is even richer than I guess. No wonder the warm current just now is so comfortable. The crew trained hard, and the captain sat up. That's right. This is life. Kyle got up and moved his muscles. Although the combat power he had just increased was not much, it greatly relieved the fatigue left by him after exercise. Because he has no qualifications, Kyle's combat power increase is evenly supported in all directions. This may make him less prominent, but at the same time, he also lost his fatal shortcomings. After receiving feedback from Dasky's combat power, Kyle's mood suddenly became more relaxed. The brain has also become more active. After a little movement, he sat back on the chair again and continued to write his plan for the future. In order to prevent the memory from being wrong for too long, he must take advantage of the clear memory now and write all the plots and information he can remember in the notebook. In this way, even if he encounters blurred memory in the future, just look at the prompts on the notebook and he will be able to remember many things. In the training room under the deck, Dasky was still understanding those advanced skills day and night. On the lookout, little Tiga transformed into Zhang Zhao Tianxi, and the wind swept across the world with a wave of his hand. Inside the captain's room, Kyle is planning for the future development of the pirates at dusk. Everyone performs their own duties and everyone has a bright future. In this way, the pirates spent 2 quiet and peaceful days at dusk. But although from the perspective of time, they only spent 2 days. But for Dasky, who had just gotten on the pirate ship, it seemed that she had spent 2 centuries. Inside the captain, Dasky, who woke up from Kyle, stretched comfortably. The fancy shirt moved upwards with her arms, revealing her playful and fair belly inadvertently. As if he realized that his movements were not very ladylike, Dasky's little face turned red. He put down his hand and quietly looked at Kyle on the bed. Seeing that she was still sleeping soundly, she immediately stood up carefully. After sorting out the bedding on the ground, he quietly walked out of the captain's room. In order to enable Dasky to better restore her energy and devote herself to practicing, Kyle has been asking her to rest in the captain's room with her for the past 2 days. After trying the magical resting effect of the captain's room, although his face was blushing, Dasky still walked into the captain's room with a twist. But this time, Kyle did not give her the bed to live like before, but asked her to make the floor by herself. Anyway, as long as you sleep in the captain's room, the recovery effect will be the same. A wonderful day starts with practice. After washing up, Dasky hummed a little song and walked under the deck with her Zanpakura. As for her former love for Dao Xiaoyi Xiu, although I am sorry, the bond between Zanpakura and her really surpasses any sword. In Dasky's opinion, even if she takes out a supreme fast knife and put it in front of her, she will choose the Zanpakura without hesitation. Come to the practice room. Dasky walked straight towards a device composed of a thin rope tied with a small ball. This is an instrument to exercise reaction ability. After reading through the notes that Kyle gave her, she finally chose to train her to be more intimate with her. However, 2 days have passed. Her domineering cultivation was still time to get started, but her strength was doubled. And all this comes from her newly acquired power. Grim Reaper. During the 2 days, every time she trained for a period of time, a spiritual power suddenly appeared in her body and inexplicably learned a ghost move. When she told Kyle about this supernatural phenomenon, she got an answer that, this is a normal phenomenon. Although it is not clear how all this happened, but in the past 2 days, she has been having a very good time. The enthusiasm for training is even higher. Every morning, I don't even want to eat breakfast, so I just run to the practice room to practice. If it weren't for the 8-hour limit every day, she would have wished she would stay here every day and not go out. Time passes slowly. Just when Dasky was seriously avoiding the unruly ball, a mysterious energy suddenly appeared in her body. Dasky widened her eyes in surprise, feeling the power that kept emerging from her body. Although she had been mentally prepared for a long time, the sudden energy was too abundant, like a swimming snake rushing around her body. She couldn't help but let out a comfortable soft moan. Yeah. Dasky nipped her lip. Fortunately, she was the only one in the training room, otherwise she would have to die of shame. However, the sudden increase in power just now did scare her. If Dasky can see her attribute panel, she will find out. Now her level has been upgraded to level 10. And her combat effectiveness has soared a lot. Chapter 19. Who is the most beautiful woman on the sea? Open black lens bracket partner. Dashi Rukia Kuchiki close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket qualification. A close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level. 10 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience. 8300s close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power. 2200 close black lens bracket. Wake up early in the morning and face the first ray of sunshine. Kyle slowly woke up from his sleep. Feeling his body stronger a little more once again, he immediately clicked on Dasky's attribute panel and saw the above content. This little girl, get up so early to train again. Looking at the empty floor beside him, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but gently rise. It seems that I really have to save money quickly and upgrade the level of this training room tilde. No one will dislike hard-working employees. Turning off Dasky's attribute panel, Kyle slowly got up from the bed. I have to say how much I despise myself from before, how much I love you now. For 500,000 Bailey, you can buy a captain's room that makes people feel refreshed every day. Kyle is willing to say that its cost-effectiveness is second only to the practice room. After a simple washing and breakfast, Kyle came to the deck with the dumbbells that had been moved out of the training room. Although he doesn't like exercise at all, his body is the capital of revolution after all, and the sailing on the sea is so boring, and he is idle too. In the past 2 days, Kyle has also conducted some less extreme training appropriately. With super intuitive feeling, he doesn't have to rush to train his domineering spirit. But if you want to enter a broader world, you have to practice your armed domineering spirit. Otherwise, when you meet a natural person in the future, you can't expect everyone to stand still and let someone shoot with a gun like Smog. However, Kyle had just finished warming up when a slight sound of cannon sounded from a distance. Kyle's ears moved and he immediately looked in the direction where the sound came. I saw a small island slowly appearing within their field of vision. That island was exactly the destination they were going to, Will Town. What's wrong? Kyle immediately turned his gaze to the lookout. At this time, the little Tiga, who was controlling the sailing of the ship, floated down from the viewing platform in a sympathetic manner. Captain Kyle, our destination, Will Town, seems to have been robbed by other pirates. What? Hearing the word, pirate, Kyle's eyes suddenly emitted 2 golden lights. He quickly jumped to the bow of the ship, covered the sun with one hand, trying to see a farther place. Although Kyle saw nothing in the end, he couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth. After so long I came to the pirate world, I finally encountered a regular pirate group. Tiga, Yong Fan, set sail, get me on full speed. The residents of Will Town are waiting for us to save them. As for orders, Captain. Little Tiga straightened her back and saluted seriously. Immediately he teleported directly to the observation deck and raised his hands above his head. The wind is coming. Tilde. No signs. A sudden storm suddenly wrapped the Tiga. The calm sea surface roared and waves roared under the whistle and waves. At this time, the Tiga was like an elegant surfer riding the wind and waves, floating on the sea and moving at full speed towards Will Town. Kyle took advantage of this time and ran into the cabin. If it were Kyle who had just crossed over, he would never be so rude. He ran over without even seeing the pirate flag on the opposite side. But now it's different. Dasky, who has a combat power of 2,200, and with her own strength, generally a pirate with a bounty of less than 2 million will not be her opponent at all. And there are no pirates above 2,000 W Bailey in the East China Sea. Not to mention that Dasky still has a mysterious power called Ghost Path. I have it in my hand, I have it in the East China Sea. Although there is suspicion of being a soft meal. But these days, being able to eat soft food is also a skill. When he arrived at the training room, Kyle pushed the door open and entered directly. Looking at Dasky, who was shaking left and right to avoid the ball, he immediately coughed lightly, and then seriously said. Stop training, Dashy. There's a situation. Ah. The highly concentrated Dasky was suddenly interrupted by Kyle's voice. A small ball suddenly fell on her forehead. Oh. The girl screamed in pain. But soon, she covered her forehead and turned her gaze to Kyle. What happened, Captain? Kyle looked serious. There are pirates sweeping in Will's town. Come to the deck quickly and follow me to clear the pirates. After giving the order, he turned around and walked out of the cabin again. It is indeed a skill to be able to eat soft rice, but eating soft rice is called ability. What? Dasky's eyes trembled. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, she quickly picked up the Zanpakura and chased Kyle and ran out. At the same time, the port of Will Town. A fat woman, who was as big as a slaughtered boar, was carrying a huge mace and directing her men. Young guys, rush up to me. Concentrate everyone in the town port. Rank all valuable things in the town. Oh. The pirates holding various weapons roared excitedly. Nothing can excite them more than robbery. Soon, the noise of artillery fire filled the entire town. The originally quiet and peaceful town immediately turned into a purgatory full of smoke and flames. The townsmen, threatened by guns and blades, squirmed towards the port with fear. Not long after, the town's port was filled with people. Wofahahaha. Looking at his masterpiece of the pirates, the ferocious Yerida burst into an arrogant laugh. In order not to make her bounty too high and thus attract powerful pirate hunters, Yarlita has always restrained her pirate group and cannot kill people too much. However, death penalty can be avoided, but living penalty cannot be escaped. A temporary high platform rack was quickly pushed to the most conspicuous part of the port. Yerida carried a huge mace and bent the wooden stairs, making a creaking sound. Pong! The huge mace hit the table, splashing dust. Everyone, look up. The hoarse roar overshadowed the sobs of the townspeople and suddenly spread throughout the port. The residents of the town either raised their heads in fear or worry and looked at the platform. At this moment, Yerida grinned and showed a creeping smile. You can rest assured that as long as you are robbed by us obediently, we will not hurt your lives. Of course, if anyone dares to resist. Then this is your end. Pong! The huge mace suddenly waved and hit the ground of the platform hard, instantly smashing a huge hole. Wood chips splashed everywhere. Seeing this, the residents of the town were instantly scared to the point of being pale. If that terrifying mace falls on them, then they will definitely turn into a pool of meat sauce. Everyone immediately became quiet and didn't even dare to cry again. Very good. Yarlita's eyes showed satisfaction, and then she laughed and said, Then everyone now, answer me a question. Who? Is it the most beautiful woman on this sea? The entire port was silent for a moment. Yerida's eyebrows were furious. The huge mace smashed again, and the entire platform began to tremble. Then her eyes turned and suddenly focused her eyes on the pink-haired short man who was holding the high platform. Kebi, who is the most beautiful woman on this sea? Weena, of course it's you. The beautiful Captain Yerida. Kebi struggled to hold the trembling platform, but he still smiled and said something against his will. Very good. Yerida raised her mouth. After seeing that Kebi finished the sample, she looked at the terrified townspeople again. As soon as the mace was smashed, Yarlita asked the same question again. Who is the most beautiful woman on this sea? As she finished speaking, she immediately closed her eyes, waiting to listen to the unanimous praise from hundreds of people for her beauty. However, at this moment, a strange voice suddenly came from behind her. I don't know who is the most beautiful woman. But if I choose the ugliest daughter of the East China Sea, I will definitely vote for you. What did you say? Yarlita suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of red angry pupils. Even though she turned around, she was about to see who was brave enough to ruin her good things at this time. But the next second, a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on her fat face. I saw it on the sea not far from the port. A pirate ship riding the waves was moving forward rapidly. Or it was too fast, the first half of the pirate ship was even slightly raised, like a racing party proudly lifting the front of his car. Then what is that? Kebi, who also heard the sound, turned around, rubbed his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The pirate ship sailing through the wind and waves rushed all the way, and even eventually flew directly out of the deep water area of the port and glided along the coastline. It was not until I arrived not far from the platform that I barely stopped. A shadow suddenly enveloped Yerida. She clenched the mace in her hand and a layer of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Damn, what the hell is this? Yerida asked in panic. And at this moment, under the sunlight, two figures suddenly appeared at the bow of the boat. Since you asked sincerely. Chapter 20 Kill in seconds. Thienthan I will tell you with mercy tilde. Standing at the bow of the boat, Dasky shyly read out the line that Kyle had just told her. Kyle, to prevent the world from being destroyed. Dasky, for to maintain peace in the universe. Implement love and the evil of truth. A cute and charming villain. Kyle. Dasky. We are the pirates who are traveling through the East China Sea at dusk. Fortune. A shining tomorrow is waiting for us. That's it meow. The little Tiga, who suddenly appeared, stood between the two of them, bent her two little hands into the shape of cat claws very cutely, and accompanied Kyle to complete this second-year performance. In fact, unlike Dashi, little Tiga not only doesn't feel shy, but also finds it very interesting. Swish, swish. After the words came, two figures standing at the bow of the boat jumped together. In full view of everyone, Kyle and the others came directly to the platform and looked at Yarlita. Kyle looked up and smiled. Yarlita pirates. I really didn't expect that I would meet you in such a place. As he spoke, his eyes shone golden, and he looked at the fat woman in front of him. No wonder I always feel familiar when I see the Pink Swan pirate ship in the port. It turned out that I met an old acquaintance, Tilda. When I was visiting P Station to appreciate art, Kyle looked at Yarlita's art pictures a lot. What Nell, what Zell. On her, Kyle didn't know how many descendants had consumed. Certainly. He must have seen Yarlita after eating the slippery fruit, and it has nothing to do with the fat woman in front of him. Kyle is not the so-called sensuality that is excited about now, but the bounty of Yarlita. 500 W Bailey is enough for him to buy 5 rounds of lottery draws. Who are you? Looking at the two people who suddenly appeared in such a strange way, a look of panic flashed across Yarlita's hideous face. Intuition tells her. These two guys are not good at coming. But Kyle obviously had no interest in saying anything to the walking Baileydo. He directly ordered. Dasky, I've left it to you, I'll deal with her. As for orders, Captain. The crescent soul blade suddenly unsheathed, and a bright white light flashed over the lens. Dasky, who had been eager to test his current strength, suddenly went out. She had nothing to say about pirates. Adhering to the clean and neat habit of swordsman, he directly waved his long sword to pierce the void, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Damn it! Seeing that Dasky had already arrived, Yarlita also felt anger for no reason. Someone dared to ignore her for the big pirate who bounty 500,000 Bailey. And she is also a tender little girl. She hates women who are more beautiful than her the most. Since you don't speak, then don't say anything in your life. The huge spiked mace was lifted high, causing a strong gust of wind. In front of Dasky, Yarlita was like a falling hill at this time. The two have a very different body shape. The townsman below and Kebi, who was holding the platform, even imagined the cruel scene of Dasky being pierced by a mace. Some timid guys even closed their eyes directly. But the next second. Clang. A crisp and loud metal collision sound suddenly rippled through the entire port. The bright white blade and the thick mace collided together. The slender blade not only did not have any momentum of retreat, but seemed to be able to fight and became extremely excited. Kill Shiyu. Swish. A cold light flashed in Dasky's eyes. The sharp Zanpakura suddenly slashed between the rod of the mace and cut the metal mace twice. What? How is this possible? Seeing the mace that had been following him for many years, being cut open like tofu, Alita's bloated and freckled face immediately showed a look of shock. What is even more frightening is, the Zanpakura, which had cut off the mace, was still powerful and continued to slash at her chest. Puchi. Kill in one blow. Blood mixed with oil splashed out and fell straight to the ground. Ah! Under the force of the slash, Yarlita screamed, her whole body fell backwards and fell heavily on the platform. Damn! However, after landing, she did not admit defeat. She endured the pain in her chest, and she tried to struggle to stand up again. But at this moment, a brown marten boot suddenly stepped on her shoulders and stepped on her body hard again. Give up struggling, Miss Yarlita. If you don't want to die. The deep muzzle suddenly appeared in her sight. It aimed at her eyebrows, as if there was endless hell, ready to devour her life at any time. But behind the gun, there was a handsome face with a teasing smile. Who are you? Feeling the heavy force on his shoulders as heavy as a ridge, Yarlita instantly understood. Their pirate group has completely fallen this time. The strength of the two people on the other side is not in the same dimension as them. Hearing Yarlita's inquiry, Kyle shook the musket in her hand slightly, and saw that she did not resist anymore. She immediately chuckled. It seems that your pirate group's intelligence work is not done properly. The protagonists of the biggest news in the East China Sea have been placed in front of you these days, but you can't even recognize them. This is not Kyle's narcissism. During these 3 days, none of the newspapers in Donghai did not report the incident of Kyle hijacking the female navy in Roger Town. Even the famous World Economic News has left Kyle with a piece of space the size of a tofu chunk. His name has long been famous in the East China Sea. There are even pirates who are ready to follow his method and make a name for themselves in Roger Town. Yarlita, who was prompted, narrowed her eyes slightly, observed Kyle carefully, and then she looked shocked again. You're the Kyle who made a big fuss in Roger Town. It's just down. Kyle answered condescendingly. I'm sorry, your pirate group has been defeated by us. According to the Pirates' Convention, all your supplies are now owned by me. You have no objection, do you? Gudong tilde. Lying on the ground, looking at the muzzle that seemed to be spraying bullets at any time, Yarlita immediately choked up in fear. No. Very good. Kyle took back the musket and grinned. I like to talk to smart people. Dasky, tie her up. Okay. The tool man Dasky is online again, murmuring strange spells. The next moment, under Yarlita's shocked gaze, a golden energy rope suddenly flew out from her fingertips. The fourth of the boundary, this rope. With Dasky's whisper, the golden chain instantly tied Yarlita into a rice dumpling, and blocked her ugly face by the way. The chains condensed by spiritual power will not isolate the air, so even if you wrap them up, you will not suffocate and die. What a useful move. Kyle licked his lips enviously and praised him. Although before awakening, Dasky had only the skill of Ghost Path and could not use the true power of Zanpakura. But the Ghost Path is also divided into the main attack breaking path, the main control binding path, and the main auxiliary reply path. As Dasky's level continues to improve, sooner or later, she can break through all the ghost paths. This skill can be used as hundreds of people. In comparison, although Kyle's super intuition is both A-level, except that he is high in style and can predict the future, it is really no different from not being there. Unless it is intentional or the strength gap is too large, letting the enemy approach or attack is simply an insult to his identity as a time traveler. Kyle only hopes that the second skill he awakens can give him some strength to truly become powerful. Looking at the town still in the smoke of gunpowder in the distance, Kyle turned his head and said to Dasky behind him. There are still many pirates in the town, so you can clean them up. When he was about to come, he added. Don't worry about life and death. Yes. Dasky took the order and rushed out quickly with the Zanpakura. Although she has a gentle personality, as chief of the navy who came out of the navy headquarters, Dasky's hands have long been stained with the blood of countless pirates. When it comes to killing people, Kyle, who has not killed people, may still be hesitant, but Dasky definitely won't. Seeing the girl leaving the port in a lively and elegant manner, Kyle also reached out and lifted her up despite the bleeding injuries on Yarlita. Immediately, I looked at the port and shouted loudly. Is the mayor of Town here? Chapter 21. The fellow villagers opened the door, we are here to discuss business. Kyle's voice spread rapidly, causing a commotion in the crowd. Although Kyle and the others subdued Yarlita as soon as they appeared, the civilians present not only did not feel relieved but instead became even more worried. At this moment, many people have recognized Kyle's identity and seen the pirate flag on the Tiga. No one can guarantee that Kyle and the others will be kinder than the Yarlita pirates. At least, Yarlita is just for money, not for life. Who knows what Kyle, who committed the crime in Roger Town, wants them. If he really likes young girls like the rumored ones, that situation will only be worse. At this time, a bustling sound suddenly came from the crowd. Not long after, a middle-aged man, who was about 40 or 50 years old, slowly walked out of the crowd. From his steps, we can see that he was actually very resistant inside. But he slowly came to the bottom of the platform, took off the hat on his head, and said tremblingly, This sir, I am the mayor of Will Town. What are your instructions? Oh, is that you? Kyle ignored the reactions of the townspeople, but just smiled at the mayor, then nodded and signaled. Go up and talk. Ah. The mayor was stunned, but after a moment, he made up his mind and walked up to the platform with fear. But as soon as he stood on the platform, a giant was thrown in front of him. Yalita, bounty of 500 W. Bailey tilde pirates, you should know each other, right? Kyle narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Mayor Will. Recognize no and understand. The mayor, who was not sure about the situation, nodded repeatedly, for fear that he would be made into golden rice dumplings like Yarlita. Well, just meet. Kyle smiled and murmured softly, then kicked Yarlita and turned her over. There is a 400 W. Bailey sold you, how about it? Is it cheap enough? Ah. The mayor was stunned and looked at Yarlita on the ground, his eyes full of confusion. But before he could understand what was going on, a contemptuous voice suddenly fell into his ears. What, aren't you happy? The mayor looked up when he heard the sound and suddenly met a pair of threatening eyes, as if he would be eaten if he said a word. He was so scared that he nodded repeatedly. Happy. Very happy. In addition to being frightened by Kyle's momentum, he is indeed happy to make this deal. A 100,000 yuan was sold and recorded. Who would dislike this transaction? But, is the pirate in front of you really that kind? The mayor was nervous. But at this moment, an arm suddenly rested on his shoulder. That's right. Hearing that he had money, Kyle's face immediately returned to his usual appearance, as if he was not the one who threatened someone just now. This is the first time that Kyle has really earned Bailey after traveling through such a long time. It can be considered his first pot of gold. Certainly. This 400 W. Bailey is just an appetizer. Next, the real highlight. After talking about Yarlita's belonging, Kyle hugged the mayor of Will Town, forcibly turned his body over, and then pointed at the pirate ship of Yarlita's pirate group and smiled. Mr. Mayor, do you know why you have thousands of people but are still persecuted by a pirate group with only a few dozen people in this way? The mayor blinked blankly, and then replied in an uncertain tone. Because we don't have weapons. You're right. Kyle suddenly raised his tone, pointed at the cannon on the pirate ship with one hand, and clawed it with 5 fingers in the other, and grabbed the flesh of the mayor's shoulder. Look at that ship. You are now like sheep in captivity. And that pirate ship is a hungry wolf that fell into the ranch. The gentle sheep, seeing a hungry wolf coming, only knows to escape and seek help from the rancher. But I never thought of growing sharp horns on my own to pierce the belly of those hungry wolves. As he spoke, Kyle's arm suddenly hugged the mayor tightly, allowing him to feel the fullness of blood expansion, and it is easier to bring his next words into his words. Funny with me. If your port is not able to log in casually, but has a row of cannons with a range of several nautical miles away, if your townspeople are not farmers who can only bow and farm, but can do it anytime, anywhere, take out a musket and give the enemy a round of soldiers. How dare those robbers who are only worthy of waving swords, guns and sticks to break into your kingdom? You must know. The truth is only within the range of the cannon. Dignity is only above the sword edge. Almost shouted, after yelling out this warning quote from his previous life, Kyle immediately turned his attention to the mayor. Seeing that the middle-aged man seemed to be suppressed by his momentum, he immediately pursued the victory and his tone became vicissitudes and his tone became emotional. Mr. Mayor. As far as I know, because there are few islands around Will Town, it rarely communicates with the outside world, and can only make a living by selling crops, fruits, vegetables and other products to passing merchant ships. And because it takes 3 days to reach your nearest naval base, it will almost be visited by pirates this place every year. I'm right. This is right. The mayor lowered his head in pain and replied. My family knows his own affairs. How hard is life in Will's Town? He, the mayor, has the most say. Kyle grinned and his tone became excited again. Since that's the case, why don't you arm yourself and make yourself a strong man in the sea? Think about it. When those guys who earned nothing for nothing think of this town again and are preparing to come here to have a tooth sacrifice. What greeted them was deafening shells, and bullets that were deeply rooted in the bones. What they brought was their greed. But what they left behind was their lives. You said, in this case, what pirates dare to take a step here? Quote, as long as you have a long-term and stable life, what's the worry about the future of Will Town? This. As if attracted by the future depicted by Kyle, the mayor's eyes suddenly shone. But soon, his gaze returned to his usual turbidity. As if worried that refuting would be implicated, he paused for a long time before speaking. No, sir. Even if we have cannons and muskets, we can't afford shells and bullets. There are not enough shells and bullets for us to practice. Even with cannons, we will still not be the opponents of the pirates. Oh. Is that true? Kyle smiled slightly, not unhappy because of the mayor's statement. He patted the dust on the mayor's shoulder and said frivolously. So, do you want to have a deal with me? Trade. The mayor was unknown. What kind of transaction is it? Kyle smiled. If I could provide you with cheap shells and bullets all year round. So do you have the confidence to protect your home by relying on yourself? What? The mayor was stunned again. Looking at the expression on Kyle's face, he bent down slightly and said respectfully. I wonder how cheap ammunition can I give you, sir? How about half of the market price? Kyle showed a cunning look like a fox. After hearing his words, the mayor's eyes lit up suddenly, and he quickly looked up at Kyle. Sir, take this seriously. Half of the market price. Wouldn't that mean that even if they don't use to arm themselves, just reselling them out can make a lot of money? Of course, he would not do the stupid thing of fishing out of the water. But no matter how you look at this transaction, you will make a big profit on your own. The only doubt is, the person who talks with him about business is a pirate. And there is also a famous pirate. Etc. If you think about it this way, you seem to have no reason to refuse. If the family gets angry and directly plunders all Will Town, then the unlucky ones will be themselves and the people in the town. After thinking for a little while, the mayor immediately noticed. Okay, I agree with the deal proposed by the Lord. So very good, so very good. Kyle hugged the mayor and patted his shoulder affectionately. If you don't know, you think they are old friends I haven't seen for many years. But immediately, Kyle's speech changed again. By the way, all those shells or something can be sold to you at half price. But I can't do business at a loss for those cannons and muskets. At most, I'll give you a little cheaper. While speaking, Kyle pointed at Yerida's pirate ship again. It was obviously borrowing flowers to offer Buddha, but it seemed as if it was his belonging. Yarlita's bounty, along with the sailboat, plus the guns and ammunition on the ship, will count you as a total of 2,500 W. Bailey. What do you think? This. Mayor Will Town's eyes moved. When he hit the pirate ship pointing from Kyle to Yerita, he had actually guessed what Kyle wanted to do. To be honest. 2,500 W. Bailey, remove Yerita's bounty. 2,000 W. Bailey, it is actually very cheap to be able to buy these things. But the problem is, the town of Will is nothing more than a small island that makes a living with agricultural and sideline products. It was almost emptying their funds by asking them to spend so much money at once. Fortunately, we were not ruled by pirates like the dragon here, so there were still some continued homes in the townspeople. After thinking for a long time, the mayor finally gritted his teeth and agreed to Kyle. This price is very suitable. Can you please wait for a while? I will take someone to prepare the money. Well, don't let me wait too long. Kyle chuckled and let go of his arms, patted his back, signaling that he could go down. The mayor, who received the order, dared not neglect, and hurriedly trotted all the way to discuss with the people in the town. After listening to the mayor's retelling Kyle's request, after a quiet discussion, they immediately decided that this was a deal that was not harmful to Will Town, just like the mayor. With this medium-sized sailing ship, they can sell their products to other islands in the future. No need to wait for those merchants who are underpriced to come and buy them. In this way, they can make more money. With more money, you can buy more weapons and more security. This is a positive cycle. Soon, after Kyle's permission, the residents of Will Town, who were originally gathered at the port, began to walk into the town, preparing to prepare money for the purchase of weapons to protect them. Under Dasky's rapid attack, the few dozen little pirates in the town who could not even get bounty had been cut to lie on the ground. Dead, wounded. At this moment, the entire Yerida pirates completely disappeared on the stage of history. At this time, Kyle focused his attention on the only man in the Yerida pirates who could still stand. A short and slightly fat body, a trembling figure standing barely, eyes full of fear and tears. This person is in the future he is known as the Desergent King, but now he is scared to escape, the pink-haired boy Kebi. Kyle did not forget that there was such a person on Yarlita's pirate ship. Big man. Chapter 22 Handicap, Kebi. Hey, little dear. On the platform, Kyle's eyes turned, and suddenly looked at Kirby, and then said in a bad tone. You guy, you seem to be a member of the Yerida pirates, right? I saw you just now holding the airs for Yarlita. Kyle, carrying a musket, jumped down from the platform and walked straight towards Kirby. Wait. Kebi, who originally thought he could take the opportunity to escape from the Yerida pirates, saw this, quickly waved his hand in panic and explained loudly with fear on his face. Sir, you misunderstood. I'm not in the same group as them. I'm just tied to the boat by them. I'm really not a pirate. Although the distance is a bit far, he can see clearly. The female swordsman who had just run into the town directly cut off the throat with one sword and killed the two pirates behind the town people. They were sentenced to death without even giving them time to react. It is enough to show how decisive the gang of people in front of them are in dealing with the pirates. Thinking of this, Kebi, who was afraid that Kyle would be shot by him, suddenly knelt down without saying a word. He pressed his hands on the ground with his forehead and cried humbly and pitifully. I'm really not a pirate. Sir, I'm really not a pirate Tilda. Please, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Tears mixed with snot flowed on Kebi's face, and were stained with some dust on the ground. That look is so embarrassing. Many townspeople who had not yet dispersed looked over when they heard the crying here. But after seeing that it was Kyle and the little devil who had put a slap on Yarlita, one or two of them immediately slipped away. Anyway, it has nothing to do with them. Just cry as you like. At this moment, Kebi, who was weak inside, was so scared that he completely lost consciousness, leaving only the instinct to keep begging for mercy. That embarrassed look was so sad that it was boring. Kyle, who didn't even lift the gun, was suddenly stunned. Seeing Kebi's crying look, the corners of his mouth twitched twice. I am worthy of being the future deserter king. I saw that the situation was not good and I knelt down directly. You really have it. Kyle swears. He just wanted to scare the kid and say what he next. Who would have thought that Kebi was so sensitive and was so scared to him directly? Okay. Stop crying. If you cry again, I will shoot you. Bang. A deafening gunshot suddenly came out. Kyle fired an empty gun behind Kirby. Of course, this is just an ordinary lead bullet. He is not rich enough to squander Halu stone bullets at will. Intimidated by the gunshots, Kebi was indeed scared to stop crying. He raised his head blankly and saw Kyle looking at him with a complicated expression on his face. In fact, Kyle was also feeling in his heart at this moment. I have to say, reincarnation is really a technical job. Who would have thought that such a crying coward had a special talent for seeing and domineering experience that is rare in ordinary people? As of the time of Kyle's journey, in the entire pirate world, no more people have more than one hand to have a special appearance and domineering personality. Roger and Luffy of Listen to the Voice of Everything, Usopp of Super Concentrated and Long-Sighted, Eniro and Aisha of Hakima, and Sensible Emotion Kebi. In the plot, Kebi, who originally planned to be a deserter, felt the painful sound of too many people's death, and thus developed empathy, so he acted like a ruthless act that stopped Akainu from continuing to kill pirates. It can be said that it was the emotions of death that gave Kebi the courage to stand up at that time. But obviously, his butt rushed to the wrong direction. Just as every navy has its own justice. Kebi's justice is actually weak justice disguised as kindness. He doesn't want to die, nor does he want to see death, whether it's a companion or an enemy. But this is obviously unrealistic. Kyle understands his greed for life and fear of death. Few people can still face death with a smile. So in Roger Town, Luffy's smile when he was about to be executed by Bucky made Smoger so shocked. But Kebi's operation to stop Akainu in the war on the top was undoubtedly contrary to his loyal navy and betrayed the sacrificial warriors. But then again, even though he has done so many wrong things, he has so many shortcomings. After Akainu came to power, Kirby was still able to make a fortune in the navy, and his rank and strength continued to improve. In addition to having a super tough backstage master, Cap, his talent has indeed reached the world's top level. It may be a bit exaggerated to say what the 4 emperors and generals are. But even Smaug, who was born in the Naval Elite Academy and possessed the ability to have fruits in the natural department, can become a lieutenant general. In 3 years, he practiced 6 styles and 2 color domineering Kebi, and the worst in the future, is also a candidate for a general. The key point is that in Kyle's view, Kirby's appearance and character are a very common type in anime characters. The super-intuitive original owner Tsuneyoshi Sawada is a character who is very similar to Kebi, has a weak personality and a kind heart. In addition, Kebi is still a pure physical skills force. There must be many character cards that can fit him. A weak personality makes him more obedient and more easily controlled. Strong talent proves that he will never fall into his hands. For Kyle, the Kirby in front of him is definitely a good tool everyone can choose. This little devil, their pirate group is about to be settled. That's why he planned to come over and scare Kebi and then conquer him. But I didn't expect that Kebi was so scared. Before he could say a few words, he knelt down and begged for mercy. But it is a 15-year-old boy who was kidnapped at the age of 14 and worked as a tragic man on a pirate ship for a year. He just wanted to survive, looking a little embarrassed and ugly, and this was not a mistake. Considering the plot of the Top War, he was only 16 years old. Maybe after maturity, Kebi's weak personality will improve. What's more, after loading the character card, people can be 100% loyal to Kyle. At least Kebi will never resist Kyle's decision like in the original plot. It's a pity that Kyle does not have the infectious power of the sun god Nika, nor does he waste so much verbal waste on Kebi. It is not possible to inspire the courage in Kebi's heart now. For Kyle at this time, the best way to overcome Kebi is force plus temptation. Anyway, there was a reason why Kebi couldn't refuse. That's what he wanted from the Warring States period 2 days ago, naval organization. If you join the pirates, let him be the navy. Kyle believes that Kirby will never reject this temptation. Under the threat of the deep muzzle, Kirby quickly stopped her tears. And at Kyle's instructions, he stood up tremblingly. Kyle put away the musket, looked at Kebi, who had not yet grown, and asked knowingly. "Are you really not a pirate?" "Big sir, I'm really not a pirate." Kebi was sobbing that he told him about his miserable experience. It seemed that this experience was too embarrassing. When he recalled, his eyes couldn't help but become empty, as if the society had died. "About a year ago, when I was fishing in the sea, I accidentally got on the Yerita pirates' transport ship. Then, I was forcibly stayed on the pirate ship by Yerita, obeying their mercy and doing chores. But I can guarantee it. I have never done anything that is unreasonable." Kebi put his 3 fingers together and swore to the sky. Although it is ridiculous to make such a guarantee to the pirates, he subconsciously regarded Kyle as a good person because of his actions that did not make things difficult for the villagers of Will Town. After hearing Kirby's words, Kerr pondered, nodded, and then said to Kirby. "I've worked as a choreographer for a year, right? It seems you have a lot of experience in this area." "Right, okay." Not knowing how to respond, Kebi touched the back of his head and answered ambiguously. But Kyle's next words made him stunned. "It just so happens that there is still a person who works odd jobs on my boat." From today on, you will be a tragic servant of the Twilight Pirates. Quote. Ah. No, sir. Kebi opened his mouth wide, showing an exaggerated expression, trying to say something. But soon, he saw Kyle's expression change slightly, and said to him with his eyebrows. What? Not happy? Quote. Happy. I'm happy. Kirby, who laughed and cried, quickly suppressed the sadness in her heart and pretended to be happy and said. It is my honor to be able to serve the adults. Just after he left the tiger's mouth and entered the wolf's den, how could Kebi be happy? But nowadays, it is more important to save your life. He doesn't want to become a despised corpse like the pirates of the Yarita Pirates. Kyle nodded with satisfaction to Kirby's answer. Wait with me here. When the mayor and others get all the money, we will go out to sea and set sail. Okay, sir. With rich experience in serving Yarlita, Kirby quickly took his position and stood beside Kyle as if he had accepted his fate. Chapter 23 Detonation Talisman and Death Domineering Equipment. About half an hour passed. Kyle didn't wait for the mayor who successfully raised funds, but waited for Dasky who had killed the pirates. Thank you for your hard work, Dashi. Looking at the girl covered in dust and blood, Kyle hurriedly stepped forward and greeted him with concern. However, after seeing Kyle, the female swordsman, who was already full of murderous aura, immediately turned into a quiet sword-holding girl. It's been a long time for you to wait, Captain Kyle. Dasky's face showed an excited expression. Through this action to clear the pirates, she completely realized how powerful she is now. Under the irrigation of spiritual power, her limbs seemed to have endless strength. When swinging the sword, both speed and power are more than doubled than before. And each time it was used the slaying Shiyu sword technique that requires a moment of repair. Now she can also use it continuously, allowing her to kill multiple people at one time. With the support of abundant spiritual power, she directly transformed into a launching platform of flames and thunder, releasing the unpredictable ghost path. Although Dasky now has some elementary ghosts with digits below 10, for the pirates in the East China Sea, this is enough to kill them. Based on the principle that pirates' life is not life, this time Dasky tried his various moves to the fullest. And have a new understanding of your body. Now, she has completely escaped from the thinness of women and has no strong barrier for men. Have your own power system. And all this comes from her newly recognized captain, Kyle. Dasky, who was already 100% loyal, felt so respectful to Kyle when he thought of this. It is no exaggeration to say that Kyle is the god in her heart. When he came to Kyle, he remembered Kyle's warning. Dasky forced himself to stop the urge to salute, but he still reported it in a regular manner. Report to Captain Kyle, a total of 54 pirates from the Yarita Pirates were found, killing 32 people and seriously injuring 22 people. As for the seized equipment. Okay, Dashi. Kyle smiled and waved to her, interrupting her. This is not a navy, so you don't need to report it as specific. Oh tilde. Dasky narrowed her eyes and answered playfully. And at this moment, she suddenly found a figure standing behind Kyle. It was the at a loss for pink-haired boy Kebi. Huh. The girl narrowed her eyes slightly and recognized that Kebi had been mixed with the Yarita pirates. The sharp Zanpakura suddenly unsheathed, revealing a cold light. For no reason, Kebi suddenly felt a chill on his back. Seeing that Dasky was about to take action, he wiped out the fish that had missed the net. Fortunately, Kyle suddenly reached out and stopped Dasky who wanted to draw his sword. By the way, Dasky, let me introduce you to our new partner. A handyman who practiced for 2.5 years, Kebi. Kyle smiled and completely gave up Kebi behind him. From the future, he will be a tragic servant of our Twilight Pirates and will be responsible for all kinds of miscellaneous matters of the Tiga. You can use him to your heart's content. Kirby, this is Dasky, the most powerful swordsman in our pirates. Captain Kyle, I've just been a servile man for a year. Kirby corrected the truth timidly. Oh tilde. Kyle waved his hand. Why do you care about those details? After briefly introducing each other to each other, Kyle turned his head and said to Dasky. You're back just right. There is nothing to be busy here. You can take KB back to the Tiga to recognize the door and let him live in the room on the first floor of the deck for the time being. You should take a break. If you have a good rest, continue to train. Today's training is often the case, and there are still a lot more left. There are 3 rooms on the deck of the Tiga, divided into 2 floors. Beside the cabin door is the men's and women's dormitory prepared by Kyle for the crew. And above the men's and women's dormitories is Kyle's captain's room. In the facilities mall, there is a crew dormitory facility. Its function is similar to that of the captain's room, which is to reduce the recovery effect by half, but the space and storage space are much larger than that of the captain's room. After all, the crew dormitory requires multiple crew members to live and rest together, and the space must be large. No problem, Captain. Dasky nodded. Hearing the word training, a flash of expectation flashed through her bright eyes like autumn water. After trying out the benefits of training, she is now very obsessed with training. In just 2 days, she has given this strength. Dasky couldn't imagine that if he continued to train like this for a year. How powerful will she become? Oh, by the way. Seeing that Dasky led Kirby with a confused look on the boat, Kyle suddenly spoke to Dasky. It's better for you to take Kebby to the practice room together later. Let him see the contents in his notes first. This little guy is quite pitiful, you can tell him about our situation. Dasky whispered in surprise, and instantly realized that Kyle wanted to let him inform Kirby of the inside story of the Twilight Pirates. But she turned around and looked at Kebby, who was still looking submissive, and couldn't help but be curious in her heart. Is this little devil really trustworthy? Considering that it is the master, no, it is the captain's mission. After a moment of confusion, Dasky decided to respect Kyle's instructions and inform Kebby of the secret of the Twilight Pirates. After the 2 left, Kyle casually found a folding chair, lay at the port, and waited silently. The sky is blue, and white clouds are like white silk squids, floating leisurely with the fine breeze. The sun is lukewarm and just right, making people feel extremely comfortable and sleepy. Time passes slowly. After waiting for more than an hour, the mayor Kyle was thinking about finally led a team of young people, holding a big won-the-money bag and some supplies slowly walked over from a distance. There is nothing to say. After moving the supplies to Tiga, Kyle and the mayor left each other a contact information on the phone bug, and immediately said goodbye to the time. A strong wind that appeared out of thin air blew by. The Tiga, located on the ground, followed the traces of coming, slowly entered the sea from the port of Wool, and then turned in place, sailing towards the depths of the endless sea. A set of outrageous operations directly made the townspeople who were called by the mayor at the port to help Kyle move the boat on the spot. Mayor Wool Town rubbed his eyes hard even more unbelievably. He has lived 40 or 50 years, and this is the first time he has seen a sailboat that can directly change directions on the spot. If it weren't for the fierce wind that pushed the boat into the water, he would have definitely listed this scene as rare in his life. Back to Tiga. After asking little Tiga, he learned that Dasky had followed his instructions and took Kebby to the training room for training. Kyle was also happy to be idle, holding the money bag with a smile and returning to his captain's room. Put 215 million Bailey into the safe. With the millions of Baileys left before, Kyle now has more than 33 million Baileys. Well, leave a fraction of 3 million Baileys for the daily expenses of the pirates. The remaining 30 million Baileys will be used to smoke the cockpit. Because the level of the facility cannot exceed the level of the pirate ship, and it takes 5,000 W Bailey to upgrade to level 2. So for Kyle, now he can see the effect immediately and will not be silent about the cost. There is only the Glimpse lottery interface that can bet on your face and bet on your life. Before, he only drew 2,000 W Bailey and obtained an A-level character card and an A-level weapon. Have no idea. What will these 30 million Baileys bring to him? After his thoughts moved, Kyle did not hesitate at all. He directly opened the system and clicked on the gag interface. After a little thought, he decided to try the water with an ordinary level gasket machine first. Go. I decided it was you. 10 consecutive draws. The 10 million Baileys in the safe space suddenly disappeared. A series of prompt symbols flashed in front of Kyle's eyes. Congratulations on getting the E-level props Ghost Killing Team uniform. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on getting E-level prop Makoto's safety pants. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on getting the E-level prop Hyuga Hinata's breast wrap. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on obtaining the D-level prop detonation talisman. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Congratulations on obtaining the C-level prop Nian Meng's Death Domineering outfit. Close black lens bracket. Shipmented. Although I did not get A-level props again, I didn't even show up at B-level. But Kyle, who had been persecuted by mobile games, is now very satisfied with his 10 consecutive draws. A minimum 10 consecutive draws all scored 1 D level and 1 C level. He is already content. With a thought, Kyle opened his backpack again and clicked to view the information about 2 new props. Open black lens bracket detonation talisman close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket species, disposable props close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, D close black lens bracket. Introduction. A small piece of paper, place it somewhere and use your thoughts to trigger it, and it will instantly explode. Close black lens bracket. Sure enough, it's the same as I thought. This thing should be the detonation talisman in Naruto that no one can kill him. There are some shells in the pirate world. Kyle, in a good mood, complained in his heart, and then focused his attention on the information of another prop. Open black lens bracket Nian Meng's Death Domineering apparel close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket category, clothing equipment close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, C close black lens bracket. Introduction. The Death Domineering outfit from the Deputy Captain of the 12th Team of Death, Ni Yinmeng, uses the advanced technology of the 12th Team, and has a certain degree of defense. The size of the clothes can be automatically adjusted by injecting the spirit into the body, worn for a long time, and has the effects of slimming the waist, lifting the buttocks, full breasts, and, of beauty. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 24 Pokemon Ball, Killer Skill. Hiss tilde. This thing. Looking at the system's introduction information, Kyle suddenly felt unconscious and his eyes flashed. With a thought, he took out Nian Meng's Death Domineering out of his backpack. Instantly. A black dress wrapped in a white tunic appeared out of thin air on his desk. Silky satin, loose neckline, and skirt that just enough to wrap your hips. Compared with the defensive equipment used for combat, this C-level prop is more like a CA server used to adjust emotions and fun. Uniform temptation. Cosplay. It's so fun to play. Sure enough, the system is still the same system. Savory, I like it. Just imagine that when he matured, Dasky put on this dead-selling outfit, Kelton felt that he seemed to be one step closer to his dream. Immediately, he picked out a white silk from his backpack. Although it is just an E-level prop without any special effects, it is also produced by the system, and the touch and viewing level are definitely not comparable to ordinary white silk and over-knee socks. Put the white silk and the dead bastard together. Kyle plans to give her these things after Dasky finishes training and give her a big surprise. It's a pity that this happened, that the sailor suit he had prepared for Dasky had to be idle for the time being to look for other destined people. Well. No way. Who said that the Death Doom is a C-level prop? After all, it is the costume of Deputy Captain Jinglingting, and it is easy to defend against some swords, guns, sticks, etc. It can be regarded as a very good piece of equipment. He believed that Dasky, who knew what death was, would never refuse this dead domineering outfit. Although there was no big surprise in the first round of the 10th consecutive year, it was somewhat of a prop that their pirates could use now. Now, Kyle's interest was directly mobilized. He licked his lips and murmured in his heart. System Dad, you can give me some strength. After his thoughts moved, he once again chose the 10 consecutive draws of an ordinary gas machine. Immediately afterwards, another series of prompt messages flashed quickly from Kyle's eyes. Congratulations on getting the E-level Prop Kids cloak. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on obtaining the D-level Prop Detonation Talisman. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on obtaining the D-level Prop Sunwheel Knife. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Congratulations on getting the B-level Props Pokemon. Close black lens bracket. B-level Props. Is it really useful to call the system Dad? Looking at the last flashing message, a dazzling golden light flashed in Kyle's eyes. Is Pokemon let's see what effect you have. Muttering, Kyle quickly opened the backpack system and found a red and white ball icon to check the information introduction of the elf ball. Open black lens bracket Pornball close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Species, disposable props close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Level, B close black lens bracket. Introduction. It can conquer a non-human creature defeated by the pirates as a partner and automatically match the Pokemon C-level panel. Close black lens bracket. Pokemon C-level panel. This Pokemon ball. It seems like something is there. After reading the information introduction of the Pokemon, Kyle's mouth suddenly raised upwards. At the same time, his brain began to fly, thinking about the use of the Pokemon. Well, according to the system introduction, the way this Pokemon ball should be used is very flexible. It's not human creatures. That is to say, except for some sea kings and rare beasts, even the fishman, giants, and furs. Anything that is non-human race can be subdued by this elf ball and forced to become a member of the Twilight Pirates. Hiss tilde. This effect is really perverted. Kyle was secretly surprised. Unlike becoming a crew member first and then becoming a 100% loyal partner. The object to be subdued by the Pokemon is completely unconsidered whether it is willing to follow Kyle. It is just a round of forced brainwashing and is forced to recognize Kyle as the main one. It's worthy of being a B-level prop, it's so terrifying. Kyle sighed in his heart. But his eyes were very bright. After all, this perverted prop is in his hands. In fact, considering the setting of the Pokemon, it is indeed normal to have this effect. In the Pokemon world, the Pokemon that fought each other in the last second was subdued by the Pokemon, it would immediately become a good kid who listened to the owner's words. But after thinking about it over and over again, Kyle still felt that using the elf ball to conquer humanoid creatures is not cost-effective. Humanoid creatures in the pirate world generally possess human wisdom and social attributes. I can completely rely on coercion and inducement to let them board the ship consciously and then wait for the right character card. This ability to force brainwash is better for those precious beasts or sea kings who are unwilling to surrender and are valuable. After all, Pokemon is just adding a C-level partner to Kyle. Currently, he has only one A-level partner and does not know how valuable a C-level partner is. What's more, in addition to the ability to force brainwash, another ability of Pokemon is to directly add a partner to Kyle without looking at the degree of fit. In this way, he has to consider those targets with great potential but difficult to find a matching character card. And if we consider the non-human creatures, Kyle already has some ideas in his mind. The huge whale rab on Gemini Cape, the huge goldfish island-eating monster near the small garden, the Alabastan country can learn the domineering kung fu manatee, the huge sea kingdom without wind belt, and the elephant owner carrying the fur country. There are countless rare beasts in the pirate world. Not to mention whether Kyle can beat them. Considering that since you are a partner, it is best to board the Tiga and enter the practice room for subtle training. It seems that in this way, there are not many goals that can be chosen. Well, it seems that this elf ball cannot be used randomly. After thinking about it in his mind, Kyle finally decided to hide the elf ball for a while. Anyway, there is nothing worthy of his target to use the Pokemon. Only a member of the Dragon Pirates can meet the requirements of the Pokemon. But he was really not interested in pulling them onto the boat with a group of ugly fishmen. Don't mention the things they did that are unreasonable. Kyle does not refuse to join some bad guys in his pirate group. As long as it matches the character card and can bring him benefits, he is not a bad idea. But obviously, for him, the dragon pirates have their better destination and value. After closing the backpack interface, Kyle did not choose to spend the last 1000 W Bailey immediately, but instead opened his own captain interface. Because just after the 10th consecutive draw, he has been successfully promoted to level 2 captain. Open black lens bracket captain, Kyle close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 2 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience value, 0.03 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total combat power, 440 close black lens bracket. Skill, Super Intuition A to be extracted. Well, it seems to be that. Kyle moved his head and stretched his muscles and bones a little, and sighed. Although there is a 10% increase in combat power bonus, the combat power of more than 400 points is actually equivalent to an additional level of Yarlita. In addition to being able to clearly feel that the body has indeed become stronger, the increase in actual combat effectiveness is not obvious. It's still too few people. Kyle deeply knows the current situation of his pirates. So he needs more Bailey so that he can continuously draw ballasts and increase the number of partners recognized by the system. It just so happened that the next destination of the pirates in Dusk should be able to meet his needs. Certainly. Because he has been promoted to level 2, Kyle can now draw another wave of captain skills. With a nervous mood, after worshipping all the gods I knew in my heart. His consciousness instantly clicked on the word to be drawn. Instantly. A huge and dense lottery disc suddenly appeared in front of Kyle. He closed his eyes nervously, although the system was in his mind and had little to do with whether he closed his eyes or not. The disc rotates rapidly. Countless skills that cannot see the name clearly pass through the pointer. Kyle clenched his fists and waited quietly. It was not until 1 minute later that the disc slowly stopped. But Kyle was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide. Damn it! In Kyle's consciousness, the lottery disc slowly disappeared. A shiny head slowly appeared in front of him. White cloak, red gloves, bright yellow tights. Such a mysterious combination, coupled with the dead fish eyes that were completely empty. The goal Kyle has drawn this time is self-evident. It is the absolute overlord from the One Punch Man world, Bald Cloakman Saitama. At the same time, a message prompt appeared in the center of Kyle's sight. Congratulations on getting the S-Class Captain's skill, Must Kill Serious Punch. Close black lens bracket. Chapter-1-25 A Serious Punch. In his consciousness, Saitama's bald phantom suddenly turned into a golden light shining like the sun, dazzling. That is the golden light representing S-level, but it is a bit too eye-catching. I saw the golden light flashing and drilled into Kyle's body. At this moment, the system seemed to be amazed at Kyle's outrageous luck. A message prompt within a rule actually gave 3 exclamation marks. Kyle, who obtained the new skill, did not wait for his brain to react, but directly turned his consciousness to the captain's interface to view the introduction of the new skill. Skill. Killing, Serious Punch. Open black lens bracket level, S-close black lens bracket. Introduction. Break through the limits of biological creatures and be as good as a god with the body of a mortal. Select one or more targets in sight, release an attack that is enough to destroy the target and disappear into the world, and then use the skill to cool down. The cooldown time depends on the captain's own strength and skill release power. Close black lens bracket. Must kill. It's not just literal. It's true that it's you. Bald Cape Saitama. After reading the introduction of his new skills, Kyle's shoulders couldn't help but start to tremble. It's excitement and fear. He didn't expect. There are such terrifying skills in the system. And he even pulled himself out. You can tell by reading the introduction of this skill. This is completely a power that has escaped from all conventions, exists only in concepts, and truly belongs to the gods. With this skill, even if Kyle can't even beat the pirates with a bounty of 3,000, it gives him the confidence to fight against the 4 Emperor's pirates. No. What I said about the 4 Emperor's pirates, the structure is really too small. Kyle can even confront the sky and the earth to the air now. Even if he destroys the planet under his feet, it is just a matter of thought. And the price is. He finished playing with everyone. No, calm down, don't be too pretentious. Kyle took a deep breath twice and calmed down his inner throbbing a little. After reason reappeared, he focused his attention on the new skills again and then quickly began to think. It doesn't make sense to think too far. The most important thing now is to first figure out the mechanism of this skill. A skill that can kill everything in seconds is indeed a trump card of kings. But Kyle's card game is not just one. He had to find a way to embezzle this unrivaled king from one hand to another. Let every card you play with this king's trump card. According to the introduction of skills, there will be a cooldown after each use. Although it is an S-level skill, it has such a terrifying effect and its cooldown time should be extraordinary. I guess with my current strength, after destroying a 4 Emperor's pirates, I may not be able to release my second skill in my life. Quote. After thinking about it, Kyle thought it was necessary to test this new skill first. The main thing is to see how the cooling time mechanism is set so that you can have a clear idea in your mind. Kyle, who was determined to do his own thing, walked out of the captain's room directly. After looking around, he soon discovered a small reef island on the seaside of the ship. Its size is probably about the same size as the rocky island when Usopp bombarded Joseph and Johnny. Because this is still the offshore of Willtown Island, reef islands like this are quite common. Well, this distance and body shape are just right for testing. After Kyle observed it, he immediately shouted at Tiga, who was controlling the wind speed on the watchtower. Hey Tiga. Stop in place, I want to test the new move. Okay Captain. On the lookout, little Tigala answered in a long voice. Immediately, a stream of opposite air suddenly blew towards the sail, giving the hull an acceleration in the opposite direction. Within a few seconds, the ship stopped in place. It's really a convenient ability. Seeing this scene, Kyle once again praised the inspiration for letting Tiga eat the storm fruit. Seeing that the boat was no longer shaking, he jumped and stepped steadily on the ship railing. The dark eyes suddenly condensed, staring at the reefs in the distance, exuding a deep and majestic aura. Kill. Kyle murmured softly, clenched his fist with one hand. In an instant, an unusual momentum suddenly rose from his body. Majestic and mysterious. He could feel that in his body, an inexplicable force was about to move and constantly gathering into his fists. When the power gathered to a certain level, Kyle seemed to have some sense, his eyes were sure, and he suddenly punched. A serious punch. Boom. A terrifying impact storm came out, sweeping across the sea, blasting the calm sea out of a straight track. Then continued to rush towards the reefs and islands in the distance. Pong. Almost instantly, a deafening cracking sound suddenly sounded. I saw that the reef island several meters high collapsed instantly under Kyle's fist pressure. Even the broken stones gradually disappeared under the fierce fist wind. Until a moment later, when the fist wind completely dissipated, the reef island had completely disappeared from the sea. Awesome. After seeing that he could finally make some decent attacks, Kyle immediately burst into laughter. Then he opened the captain's attribute interface. Suddenly, he discovered that his kill serious punch skill had turned into a dim gray color and entered an unusable state. Kyle pointed it up with consciousness. A small information window suddenly appeared in the field of view. Cooldown time, 170 hours. Close black lens bracket. The next second, the countdown begins to occur in the window. Is 170 hours a day a cooling time? Kyle calculated quickly in his mind. The power of that attack just now should be about as much as the slash that Hawkeye cut off the Crick Pirates battleship. And Hawkeye is the world's #1 swordsman with strength that is nearly the level of the 4 Emperors. Even his random attack should be comparable to some of the conventional moves of the 7 warriors. Kyle quickly came to a conclusion. Can you use only 7 days of waiting to launch a serious attack from the 7 warlords sea? It's worthy of being an S-level skill. He expressed his sincere feelings. Although looking at the pirate world, there are many people who can match the level of the 7 warriors. But considering that Kyle is not even a mixed fish for the 7 warriors C, this effect is already very powerful. This concept is equivalent to a djinn from the Cliff Pirates, who suddenly appeared on the top of the war, and even kicked it, sweeping across countless naval elites. Hey Tilda. Why do I suddenly feel that it doesn't seem outrageous when I say this? Kyle was stunned and realized that he might have chosen the wrong person to give an example. But forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, after he develops for a while and his strength increases, the cooldown time of this skill will definitely be greatly reduced. At that time, there is no need to wait until his comprehensive strength reaches the strength of the 7 warriors C, and he can also burst out the combat power of the 7 warriors C level. Even. It is far beyond the 7 warriors C. Okay. The test is over. Satisfied, Kyle smiled at little Tiga and talked for a few words, then asked him to continue to control Tiga and sail to the next target. And he returned to the captain's room. Kyle did not forget. He still has a budget of 1 million yuan, so he has not used it. Click on the gag interface and follow the 2 ordinary and 1 high-quality plan I had thought of before. Kyle directly clicked on the top of the single draw of the boutique gasket machine. In an instant, the last 1,000 Bailey he used to smoke the gambler also disappeared. But the next second, a pop-up window that made Kyle stunned appeared in his mind. Congratulations on obtaining the C-level prop character card, Omatsu Yakumo. Close black lens bracket.